Last night in the first installment of the Bay Bridge series, all things were working green and gold. The A's offense continued where they left off in Anaheim, knocking in runs up and down the lineup. Daniel Migden finally got that elusive first Major League win as he continues to show he belongs in the major leagues. Tonight, Josh Reddick returns from the disabled list, bringing back another piece of an athletics team that has had the injury bug all season long. The A's look for 2 in a row versus their Cross Bay rivals. A's-Giants Game 2 coming up next. Beautiful night for baseball in the city as we are at AT Park in San Francisco for Game 2 of this 4-game series. It's the A's and it's the Giants coming up on CSN California. Hi again, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's baseball along with Ray Fosse. I'm Glenn Kuiper. Well, the A's are playing much better. They've won 4 out of 5. Good win last night. And Ray, by the end of the week, the A's could be at full strength. How great is that? And tonight, Josh Reddick is back.
Well, I think it's great that Josh Reddick is coming back tonight. He went out on a rehab assignment. Of course, you're going to see how he broke his finger against the Yankees. He missed 34 ball games, but he called Bob Melvin. He said, you know, I'm not ready, so I'm going to stay a little bit longer on a rehab assignment. He started to feel better swinging the bat. He had to deal with a broken thumb, a fractured thumb, but he's been swinging the bat well prior to going on the disabled list. He hopes to continue that, but Kuip, I think the main thing for him to stay at the minor league level on a rehab. He can do all these things defensively. He can swing the bat, but he wanted to be comfortable before he came back. He says he's at that point right now, and I think we're going to see the same Josh Reddick we saw before he went on the DL.
And he's back in that third spot playing right field tonight. Now for Kendall Graveman, he's going to make his 15th start. And Ray, we're starting to see a little consistency from Graveman. He had a rough stretch, but now he's pitching much better.
Every time he pitches, he should think about the Angels, because all he's done against the Angels in 5 starts in his career and 4 games in double figures and ground ball outs. He's a ground ball pitcher. He's going to get his strikeouts, but what he did against the Angels in back-to-back starts at home and down in Anaheim, double figures and ground ball outs, good sinker down. He knows he's a ground ball pitcher. And the one thing that's impressive about him, he had Pujols at the plate. He took a little bit off of a pitch on 3-1, got a ground ball, so he's learning how to pitch in addition to knowing his sinker is his best pitch.
All right, so it's Kendall Graveman for the A's, and for the Giants, it'll be Albert Suarez, who's pitching in place of Matt Cain. Now, up next, we will check in with the A's pregame live studios, and then we'll come back to AT Park, get you all set for the A's and the Giants.
SFN California is brought to you by Jack in the Box. It's back, the Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack. Taste it before it's gone at Jack in the Box. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome back to AT Park as we are closing in on first pitch. Game 2 of this 4-game series. It's the A's and the Giants. How about Marcus Semien? Is he coming into his own or what? Defensively, remember last year at times he struggled, but this year he has been very good. In fact, he has made just 8 errors so far this season. Along with that, making numerous terrific plays. He has come a long way defensively and offensively. Last night, a home run off Jeff Samardzija knocked in 4 runs. He has 15 home runs this year in 76 games. That's the same amount of home runs he hit last year. And our Geico quote of the game is Bob Melvin on Marcus Semien's season. You look at shortstops. Are they defenders? Are they offensive guys? He has turned himself into both. He is a true two-way player. I don't know how his name doesn't come up in potential all-stars with those numbers. He continues to work hard. He wants to play every game. He has played every game. You can't say enough about Marcus and how hard he works and has improved. Indeed, Marcus Semien has become a terrific player for the Oakland A's. That is our Geico quote of the game. When we come back, we'll have lineups and first pitch from San Francisco. A's Giants coming up. All right, it's game time in San Francisco, AT Park. Those folks, they'll be heading in soon, find their seats. Josh Reddick is back in the big leagues, healthy. The thumb is healed, and it's great to have Reddick back. And he's hitting in the 3rd spot tonight for the A's, so he's definitely ready to go. Game time weather for tonight presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is open daily. It is 58 degrees and breezy, so maybe a little cooler and a little more breezy tonight than it was last night.
And about 40 degrees cooler here than in East Bay.
Ain't that the truth? Go through that tunnel.
Smoking hot.
It all changes at the Caldecott Tunnel. So the Giants take the field. That is their starting pitcher tonight, Albert Suarez. Ray will tell you all about him in just a moment. Lineup tonight for the Oakland Athletics. That is not the lineup right there, but those are good A's fans out in the bleachers in deep right center field. Coco Crisp will lead off and play center field. Lowry at second. Reddick at right. Valencia at third. Davis is your left fielder. Then Vogt, Simeon, Alonso, and Craven.
Well, the A's are going to be seeing this young man for the first time, Albert Suarez, who really not overpowering with his fastball. He has an assortment, all 4 different types of pitches. So A's will check the video from Adam Roden, the scouting report from Darren Bush. They had their advanced meeting yesterday, and I'm sure Mr. Suarez was at the top of the list because they knew Jeff Samardzija. They handled him well last night. Suarez making his 5th start. I think you said before, Matt Cain on the disabled list, so he stepped in and done a fine job. But one of the things that the A's will have to look for is probably just a fastball that he likes to throw predominantly the time, most of the time. And whether it's a 2-seam, 4-seam, and looking for run support, as all pitchers do.
So Suarez making his 5th start. And as he wraps up his warm-up tosses last night, really one of the better all-around games the A's have played this year. They had a lot of big hits, a big home run. The pitching was very good. Played good defense, so it'd be tough to top last night's performance by the Athletics. And for Daniel Migden, he got his first major league win. Defensively for the Giants, they will line up like this: Pagan, Span, and Williamson in the outfield. Lasby, Crawford, Pena, and Belt on the infield. Buster Posey is your catcher. So Coco Crisp steps in. Suarez is ready, and so are we. So the A's have won 4 out of their last 5. Still 10 games under 500, but at least they're headed in the right direction.
That's the most important thing, and really to finish strongly between now and the All-Star break, which happens to be 2 weeks from tonight.
First pitch of the game is a fastball outside.
I think a lot of times in the past we always talked about a leadoff hitter, prototypical leadoff hitter, trying to see as many pitches as possible, the new pitcher. But with the scouting reports, the video, all that really kind of puts to rest what a leadoff hitter has to do.
Coco skies one to shallow right field. Williamson coming in. Williamson is under it, and he makes the catch. Let's look at the umpires for tonight. Dan Iasonia is calling balls and strikes. Angel Hernandez is your crew chief at first. Lance Barksdale at second. Will Little is at third. So with 1 out, Jed Lowry steps in. So the A's 33-43 on the year and 17-21 on the road. How are they doing in interleague play? They're 3-5 so far with this one, 2 more against the Giants, and then 3 against Pittsburgh. A's will still play the Cubs and the Cardinals yet, so they have quite a bit of interleague still to play. So 0-2 to Lowry.
And a backdoor slider. And Valencia having a great season for the Athletics. He's hitting 4th. Josh Reddick back in the lineup. He's back in a familiar 3rd spot, which he likes very much.
Fastball is high at 92 miles an hour from Suarez. Suarez is 26 years old. He's from Venezuela. It's his first chance at pitching in the big leagues. So he has spent a lot of time in the minor leagues. And that is a foul ball. Jed Lowry turned around. Jed Lowry's walking back. It was not a foul ball. It was a strikeout. So Posey blocked it, but as we thought it was a foul ball, it was not. And it did not look like it was a foul ball.
Well, breaking ball in the dirt, and Jed looking back maybe to see if the ball had gotten past Posey, but it did not. Stayed close to him, actually in front of his foot.
So 2 outs, and here's Reddick. It's a nice little cheer from the A's fans in attendance. As we mentioned in our open, by the end of this week, the A's could be healthy. Reddick is tonight. Manaya coming off the disabled list tomorrow, and the A's have announced that Rich Hill is going to come off the disabled list, and he's going to pitch on Saturday. And I do think, Ray, that I think all this talk about, well, trading, all that, I honestly believe the A's front office would like to see this team get healthy and then play together for a month.
Yeah, see how they do play, and good point, because they do have the whole month of July. Trading deadline is not until the July 31st date.
Now there's still a lot of question marks about Henderson Alvarez. We do not know what's going to happen. But Parker's out, Bassett, Brown, we're not going to see those guys.
Samfo.
Canna's out. So really, Eric Sogard still trying to come back. But Manaea tomorrow. And I think in fairness to this group, Ray, I think they deserve a chance to play together for a month and see how they do. Because if you look at tonight's lineup, and it's a National League lineup, so you're down a hitter, but it's a decent lineup.
Well, the key is to get everybody healthy, and also the key is to have a half a season remaining, which the A's do have. One thing Josh Reddick did do, and as we had mentioned, he asked Bob Melvin, or he told him basically, I'm not ready to come back, and so he's able to stay down maximum 20 games. So he took an extra game or two, but he said it just clicked in. He had a changeup, and he started staying back a little bit better. He hit a home run. At that point, he said, I'm ready.
Yeah, at that point, you don't want to leave it down there.
Exactly.
2-2 pitch, just a bit outside. Suarez thought he had strike 3.
One of the concerns Josh Reddick does have, as Valencia waits, this ball started to tail a little bit, and according to the home plate umpire Dan Sonia, a little bit off the plate. Key for Reddick, though, once he does get on the bases, is his running.
And he lines one into right field for a base hit. It was a curveball on 3-2.
Yes. Welcome back. But Reddick will put a guard on his right hand, or his left hand, as a hanging curveball, and I would think that if somebody's coming off the disabled list, the last thing you want to throw is a hanging curveball 3-2, because you're really speeding up his bat, and Josh Reddick's eyes had to light up. But the concern he has in that if he's running for a double or triple, he's unfamiliar with sliding feet first. Remember, he slid head first, and so he puts the guard on his left hand on his thumb to protect it with any sliding. But he said there's still a slight fracture. He's not really 100%. It's still there. But as long as he gets on first as he is right now, he can put the guard on. But if he's hitting, he's not using that to hit. And if he has to slide, he hopes he can avoid jamming the thumb. And if you're not accustomed to sliding feet first,
it's a different deal.
Good luck. And a lot of guys will not slide feet first. They'll go straight head first into the bat. Watch him sliding head first, and watch his left thumb as he dives in, and he got it on the tip of the thumb right there, and he said timeout and went on the disabled list. But it was the kick that Starlin Castro jumped up to keep the off one to center field, and as a result, he fractured the tip of his left thumb. No surgery needed, fortunately. Missed 34 games, and he's back tonight.
Valencia waves at that pitch, and the count is 1-2. Valencia, a 3-hit game last night to get his average all the way up to 335. 11 home runs, 30 RBIs. He had 3 hits. He also walked. A's had 8 runs on 12 hits last night. They had 4 doubles. They had the Simeon 3-run homer. And the offense has come to life. The A's have scored 33 runs in their last 5 games. And they hit shots off Jeff Samardzija last night. Samardzija's fastball was straight with good velocity, and there was some loud contact made by A's last night.
And Simeon waited on a hanging slider and crushed it for a 3-run home run.
Valencia out in front past Ron Washington. Count remains 1-2.
Go ahead, go ahead.
A's have also hit 8 home runs in their last 5 games.
Well, looks like Suarez, especially against the righties, or even lefty Josh Reddick, hanging a curveball 3-2. That fastball is his primary pitch, both 2 and 4 seam, but he will throw occasional curveballs, probably more already than he's accustomed to throwing.
1-2 pitch blocked by Posey, so the count even at 2-2.
Well, breaking ball, you anticipate it. We always talk about you anticipate the curveball being away in the dirt, and he blocked it perfectly. And Posey's a good catcher. Very strong arm, quick release, throws out a very high percentage of base stealers attempting.
Reddick has a decent lead at first. Valencia takes strike 3 call. So that's how the inning ends. A Reddick base hit, but he has stranded Suarez with a couple of strikeouts. So let's get ready for Kendall Graveman. Tonight. Denard Span's going to lead off in center. Pagan bats second. We'll tell you why there's no Joe Panik in the lineup. Then it's Bell, Posey, Crawford, Williamson, Pena, Gillespie, and the pitcher Suarez.
Kendall Graveman, one start against the Giants, and it was not very good. That was last July the 26th, but he has been pitching extremely well lately. You look at his last 2 starts, 12 ground ball outs each, giving him 4 on the season, and he is a ground ball pitcher. Record 3-6, could be better with a couple of more wins that bullpen did not hang on to. But trying to rely on the sinker, get ground balls, and if he gets a strikeout, that's good, but he likes the sinker.
Denard Span toward third, backhanded by Valencia. Throws across in time. Valencia was playing about even with the bag, so he had to reach across his body and made a nice play.
Took a double away, and that opposite field hitting, and Valencia evened the bag and very quickly, and does reach down to make a nice play. And getting the leadoff hitter and taking a double away from him.
So 1 out, and here's Angel Pagan. The original Giants lineup had Joe Panik hitting second, and that's where Panik always bats, but he was a late scratch, and I don't know that I've ever seen this before, Ray, and I think the Giants are a little concerned about this. Panik was hit by a pitch in the helmet 10 days ago. And he was fine. He had concussion test 3 times, passed them all, and woke up this morning and didn't feel good. And he had concussion symptoms. Wow. And so he's out of the lineup. And this is when he got hit again. This was 10 days ago.
Not yet.
And he got up and he said he was fine.
Well, you could hear the sound, and that was not a good sound. Throwback uniforms, and you throw those away.
But if that doesn't tell you how scary concussions are, the fact that he passed 3 tests and has felt fine for 10 days and today doesn't feel good. So there's some concern there, obviously. That's all we know.
Well, the concussion symptom DL is 7. 7 automatically. But all the more concern, and forget about the time, just a matter of getting well.
Sure.
And that is the most, I mean, anytime he hit the head, the fact that he popped up so quickly.
and then you pass the test,
Yeah.
and so everything. It was really an afterthought. He's fine, but so interesting. 2-1 the count to Belt.
How did Dan Sonia call that pitch outside? It's horrible. Got a check swing call for a strike.
Belt drives one left center, hit pretty well. Crispin Davis on the move, and it is off the wall. Chris Davis bangs hard against the wall, and Belt's going to have a long double. Davis is getting up, thank goodness. But he hit that wall very hard.
A sinker ball pitcher does not want this kind of a shot. And fortunately, Chris Davis, as strong as he is, hit the wall hard, but did bounce up. Coco there to back up and get the ball back in. But Chris Davis looked and then jumped and kind of brought his glove back as he knew he was approaching the wall. Always scary. Those walls are very padded, which is good.
So Belt, double number 23. Here's Posey, and he takes just a touch high. Quiet night last night for Posey. He was 0 for 3, and he took the last couple of innings off.
Now Chris looked, and then he knew he was approaching the wall and actually jumped into it, which is good that he did it, that he was able to find the wall and then kind of brace himself a little bit instead of just running headlong into it.
Outside, 2-1. Posey had 8 homers, 36 RBI. He's got 20 hits in his last 49 at bats. That's a .408 average, so he's been a hot hitter. Good pitch there, right at the knees, 2-2.
Like a delayed call from Dan Sonia. The pitch is there in the glove, and then here it comes. Be a good radio broadcaster with a 3 or 4 second delay.
As he bounces that one off his foot, got him pretty good. Let's take a quick look at the A's defense. Davis, Crispin, Reddick in the outfield. Valencia, Simeon, Lowry, Alonso in the infield with Stephen Vogt catching. So I think you could call that the A's A lineup.
Yeah.
It's nice to see them all out there.
Well, the question for Bob Melvin, with Josh Reddick back, and we've talked about it, that when he does come back, you have Billy Burns, Coco Crisp, Chris Davis, Josh Reddick, Jake Smolinski still here.
Max Muncy was the player who was sent back to the minor leagues.
And the move will have to be made tomorrow for Sean Manaea.
Yeah.
And then on Saturday,
Rich Hill. So not done yet making moves. Two and two to Posey. And now 3-2. A's play Posey to hit the ball a little bit toward right center. He is not a dead pull hitter by any means.
Crawford has been great with runners in scoring position. He is in the on-deck circle. He had last night off, so question of what Kendall Graveman will do with Buster Posey, sinker or slider. That's the base 2 pitches to throw, especially in a hitter's count. First base open, runner at second.
And that one tapped right back to Graveman, who will shuffle the first, side retired. So both teams strand a runner in the first inning. No score after 1.
.com at that app. Stay up to the moment, any moment, with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and your tablet.
So A's fans, and this is the great group, the right field group at the Coliseum, and check it out, Ray. They got seats way out in the bleachers, but the sun is only shining on one group of people in this ballpark, and it's those guys. And you think I'm joking?
There it is.
I'm not. The sun is shining on our A's fans. See, look. Can I make that up?
It's just like the pitcher in Anaheim. Starting pitcher has the sun, a halo in Halo Land. Section 501 for the right field crew.
Off of Suarez. Crawford scoops. Crawford throws in time. I think it got a piece of Suarez.
I think it got it a lot. Yep.
Chris Davis is retired.
Well, he did get a piece of him someplace. Got him on the right knee. Carried him straight over to Crawford. Might have been a little bit more difficult play for the second baseman.
So 1 away. Here's Stephen Vogt. Stephen Vogt last night was 1 for 5. He scored a run.
Okay, our right field crew must have heard me last night when I said we weren't hearing the drums, because they're back. Yeah. They didn't have seats last night, but they have them tonight.
Two 2-0 to Vogt. Suarez deals right in there for us.
Our buddy Chang's not out there right now. He was there in the middle, between innings. Yeah,
he's got to drag the field.
Well, you got A's fans, Giants fans.
Yeah,
it's nice to see them all
awesome.
sitting together. That's great.
First pitch, 3-1. That's right, Reddick's back, so you haul out the Reddick emoji. Vogt takes outside, and it's a 1-out walk.
Well, we saw last night with Jeff Samardzija, his fastball to the lefties just kept running off the plate.
They're dressed for the weather.
Almost look like twins. One's an A's fan, one a Giants fan.
I bet they have good conversation.
Yeah.
Hey, I can tell you, it's not easy when one person in the family is a Giants fan and one person in the family is an A's fan. It's not easy. Sometimes you have to take it to the mat, you know, you got to wrestle or something.
Check this slider. Gone. Marcus Semien, 15th home run. Two of his last 3 home runs, 3-run home runs. One in Anaheim, a big one on a splitter, and a slider last night. And he doesn't get fooled with 2 strike pitches. He's got another one coming up here.
.39 RBIs for Semien. A 5-game hitting streak going, 8 for 20. And that one is right there. Strike 3 call. Looking for something else. No other explanation for it.
Now Valencia took a curveball, and Marcus Semien a fastball down the middle, and talked about his great hitting with a couple of strikes and on breaking pitches, but that time he got a fastball on 2.
It's got to be frustrating, huh?
Well, it's
down the middle.
It should be frustrating all the time, because when you get 2 strikes, you got to look for anything, not a particular pitch. And I think you see a little bit too much of that at times. And when you do, it's because they are guessing and shouldn't be with 2 strikes.
Here's Alonso. And the first pitch is popped up down the third base line, but foul. So 1-1 to Yonder Alonso, 251, a homer and 18 RBIs. He's played in this ballpark quite a bit, being with the San Diego Padres.
See his average up over 250. That's a major accomplishment. Still a 1 home run, the walk-off against Pat Neshek with the Astros.
It's been a steady climb for Alonso and his batting average. That one, Suarez reaches down, has it, throws to first, and that will do it. The A's strand a runner after the Vogt walk, and we are headed to the bottom of the 2nd inning. A little bit of everything going on tonight at AT Park. No score, A's and Giants. On CSN California is brought to you by AAA. What does your insurance do when it's not doing insurance? It should do more. Go to AAA.com for more details. Great look at Court Tower. Embarcadero. No score, bottom of the 2nd inning.
And the good news for Graveman, he has 3 ground ball outs, and he's already way ahead of what he did last July here in San Francisco.
There's a base hit. Crawford goes after the first pitch. Yeah, that was not a good day for Kendall Graveman.
No, they're always aggressive. Crawford, day off, came back strong. Bruce Bochy decided last night not to put him in the lineup late, especially when some people thought maybe the Giants had a chance to come back, but Bruce Bochy said, hey, good time just to let him rest. That was it. Inning in the 3rd. It was the shortest. There's 9 batters the 1st inning, and the unfortunate thing for Kendall Graveman, it was against a gentleman from Alabama by the name of Tim Hudson, who, by beating the A's in that game, he defeated all 30 teams. The A's the last.
2-0 now to Matt Williamson.
So the vote started with Kendall Graveman going down to 1 knee. Of course, that's with nobody on base before 2 strikes. Now with somebody on, it's a little bit more difficult, but he just still wants the pitch down. He wants ground balls. He got 3 in the 1st inning. Looking for 1 here to get a double play.
Bounce slowly to Valencia, who charges. He's going to go to 2nd, and they got him. So Valencia.
Ron Wotus
Could not hesitate.
No, he went to the phone. Ron Wotus, a bench coach, and trying to see if they're going to challenge it. But you're right, Valencia throwing across his body. Had a chance to go to first, and coming across the bag was Lowry, stretching. Valencia looked to see where the hitter was. That's a good call. And a good play by Danny Valencia to get the lead runner. As dangerous as it was.
Here's Romero Pena, who's playing second base for Panic. Pena was in the original lineup at third base. Of course, the Giants with no Matt Duffy and no Hunter Pence. That one's driven to left. Davis is going to get back, and Davis grabs it.
It was Matt Duffy last July. They hit a home run off Kendall Graveman, so Kendall's probably not disappointed that Duffy's not in the lineup. But the way he's pitching, really, I don't think there's a concern about anybody except a fly ball in the air. And I think when you're a ground ball pitcher, as Kendall Graveman has proven that he is, in a good one, you just want to try to keep the ball on the ground as much as possible.
So here's Gillespie, who's the third baseman. First pitch is a strike. But the Giants, even though they have the ground ball percentage, 53% for Graveman, top 10 in the American League. Very close pitch, called 1-1. The Giants with the record of 49-29, so a very good record. They got a 7-game lead in the West, but they're also dealing with a lot of injuries. I think they kind of feel like, be careful here. Sometimes you got to survive, but they're playing without tonight their second baseman, their third baseman, their right fielder. Simeon, nice play in the dive, and he will not be able to make a play. He did not have a play at Gillespie anyway, so it'll be a hit.
Well, the problem with a shift like that, you make a play, got nobody to throw it to. And Marcus Simeon, let's hope he didn't hurt himself badly. Ranging far to his right. And maybe jammed a hand in the ground or his shoulder. Oh, it's not good.
Right there. Yeah. And, boy, when you dive like that, your shoulder really takes a pretty good jarring, and sometimes it gets jammed a little bit.
I'd like to see him, let him throw a 1 or 2 and just see if he's all right. But you're right, he jammed his right elbow, and that just shoots the pain right up the right shoulder. Let's hope it's temporary. When you do that and you're young, it's okay. And you're older, you're done.
Slowly hit. Lowry has it. Lowry will flip to second. So Suarez, the pitcher, goes after the first pitch. And the Giants strand a pair. Third inning coming up. No score.
Jewish Heritage Night is on Tuesday, August the 9th. Everyone that purchases a special ticket for this event will receive an exclusive A's Jewish Heritage blanket and entry into the pregame party in the Eastside Club. It's also a Chevy Free Parking Tuesday. To buy tickets or for more information, visit athletics.com/Jewish or call 510-638-GO-A's. And if I keep talking, we'll hear this great music. So I just keep talking. Dun, 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 dun.
Good looking jersey there. We love that.
Yeah, that's
the yellow vest.
That's Reggie. That's back in Kansas City. Brought him out west. Joe DiMaggio, white coach's hat. That's right. Tommy Edson knows all that stuff.
That I do not know what it is. So Graveman to lead it off. Top of the third. Graveman hits one to third. Gillespie has it. Across to first. 1 out.
Graveman should be a proven hitter by now. After all, he hit cleanup in New York.
And so far, the A's pitchers have not had much success. They're now 0 for 14, but a couple of sacrifice hits. We're not saying we expect big things from them, but we've also seen a hit by a pitcher can change the momentum of a game. Scott Kazmir's double in San Diego last year completely changed the momentum of that game. Remember that?
That's right.
Was that last year? I think it was last year. Yeah. Bob Melvin said, I like Daniel Migden's swings.
Yeah. He hit the ball hard to second.
Want to know to Coco Crisp, who shows bunt, and it's a curve that drops in first inning. Crisp flied out to right field in the first inning. Coco was 1 for 3 last night, but he walked twice and scored 2 runs. Changeup at 83 miles an hour, but it stays high. 2-1 count. Good look at Albert Suarez. He's a big guy, 6'3", 235 pounds. And now 3-1. Stayed outside. This time Suarez catches the corner. So a full count to Coco Crisp.
Almost like posing with the left-handed hitters and setting them outside, trying to force the hitters to try to pull a pitch. And if doing so, big area, left center, right center here in this park. Tough to hit the ball out.
Misses off the corner. So second walk issued by Suarez. And here's our Ford right choice. Daniel Migden last night, his first major league win. He was terrific. 7 2/3 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs. He had 5 strikeouts. He threw 104 pitches. And we enjoyed interviewing him after the game. And seems like a nice young man.
Yeah.
It's good to see him finally get what he could have gotten earlier. Was a big league win. He's pitched very well in all 4 of his starts.
And you know, we always talk about certain guys coming back. Also, certain guys aren't going to be leaving. And I think Daniel Migden is one of them who has proven he can pitch here. And mustache is down. He said the more he curls it up, the longer it stays. Well, it's starting to drop a little bit because he doesn't put the wax in. It's the leftover wax that keeps it looking the way it does, up. In the handlebar style. I have to bring Raleigh in on a special occasion sometime and let him check out.
Show us all how to do it.
Yeah.
Lowry toward left field. Pagan goes over toward the line, and he's got it. So 2 outs here in the top of the 3rd, and that'll bring up Reddick. Getting back to Suarez, interesting, Ray. Last year he was in the minor leagues with the Angels, and he was pitching at the Double-A level. and he had a full year in the Texas League, and he had the best ERA in the Texas League, 2.98. Pretty good, right? But the Angels did not keep him in their organization, so he signed as a minor league free agent with the Giants in November. And in the big leagues for the first time this year, and doing a decent job filling in for Matt Cain.
Good thing about a guy stepping in for an established starting pitcher, if he does a good job in the rotation, they'll find a way to keep him either in the bullpen as a spot start if necessary. Injuries unfortunately occur a lot of times to pitchers. Saw the numbers earlier, the number of starts versus the number of appearances, so he has had a chance to pitch out of the bullpen.
Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere if and when Matt Cain comes back soon, or if it takes a while. 1-1 the count to Reddick, who had a base hit to right field in his first at bat back from the disabled list. That one bounced towards second, and Pena flips low, and Crawford makes a nice play. So click the fingers a little bit, make sure that doesn't happen again. No scores. We go to bottom of the third. Is brought to you by PG&E, together building a better California. No score, bottom of the third from AT Park. A's trying to make it 2 in a row. So Span, Pagan, and Bell, top of the order for Graveman, who's given up 3 hits. No walks, no strikeouts for Graveman so far.
And both are numbers that he would be happy not to have, especially the walks, strikeouts. If he get ground ball outs, he'll take those over the strikeouts.
Span grounded out to Valencia in the first inning. Valencia made a nice play on the backhand. Graveman ahead in the count, 0-2. Close pitch, a bit outside. First year with the Giants for Span after 5 years in Minnesota and 3 years in Washington. A 3-year free agent contract. And he swings and misses at a pitch down and in out of the strike zone.
Span with that unorthodox stance, and especially with the pitch down to the back foot, and swings over it. He does start out unorthodox, but gets in a hitting position, except for this breaking ball. Really a great one down and in, and a very difficult pitch to hit for righties or lefties, whether Your right-handed pitcher to lefty, that's a great pitch. If you throw it hard, you don't want to hang it in the middle part of the plate and down.
Here's Pagan. Strike called. That time the outside corner was called. .296 the average for Pagan. He grounded out to Valencia in the first inning as well. Last night the Giants didn't get their first hit till the 5th inning. In fact, they only had 2 hits through the first 7 innings. We've stranded 3 runners in the first couple innings tonight.
Found out later that manager Bruce Bochy actually went out and talked to the umpires about the delivery of Daniel Mingden, because they had some issues. And I think Johnny Cueto, he does a lot of turning and twisting of his windup. But I guess they were noticing something that Mingden was doing inconsistently out of the stretch. Kershaw takes his hands, arms straight up and brings them down. But it was talking to Ron Wotus, saying that maybe he wasn't doing the same thing all the time. As a stretch, if you do all the things, you have to do them exactly the same every time. Otherwise, it's considered a balk.
Yeah, I thought that was actually very interesting.
3-1 fastball and towards the middle, and that's a very hittable pitch, especially a little bit of velocity. And a nice swing by Pagan, not trying really to pull a pitch that he could have, but instead took it straight away center.
Yeah, there was a start, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks ago, and I think you and I talked about it. Johnny Cueto was called for a balk with a runner at third, and it allowed a run to score.
Exactly.
And the Giants were like, well, he's been doing this for 10 years. And they never really got a full explanation of why a balk was called. They're still looking for the answer. So Brandon Belt steps in. Belt had a long double in the first inning, off the wall in left center. Posey to follow. Pagan. A threat to go. 7 steals this year. He's 7 for 8 in his 2016 season, so keep an eye on him.
I always like that. Runner looks at third base for the coaches. What was that?
What was the sign?
What did he do? Should I be paying attention? Did he give me a steal sign or a hit and run?
In the air, Davis back. Davis near the wall, and Davis grabs it a couple steps in front of the wall. So that time Davis caught the drive by Belt. 2 outs.
Great opposite field power by Brandon Belt, and ball's carried quite well to left field, as he at least has proven that, but he's very strong, and Chris Davis played this one perfectly. Back to the wall, didn't have to feel for it near the warning track, and maybe played an extra step deeper because of what Belt did his previous time. I don't like all these guys rotating their arms, you know. Left arm for Chris Davis, the right arm, shoulder for.
That one's flipped into right field. That's a base hit. Pagan will stop at second. Yeah, that's the Dana Evelyn thing, right?
Yeah. Just hope nothing's wrong.
Another scoring opportunity for the Giants. They've had a runner in scoring position now in each of the first 3 innings.
And the ball ran in, and Buster Posey, great opposite field hitter, as he showed on that one. And his ball that he hits usually into the gap in right center. This one softly hit in right field, and already Josh Reddick's appearance in right field. Pagan appreciating his defensive abilities, throwing. 3 opposite field hits for Buster Posey. Very impressive.
Here's Crawford. Be careful here. Crawford leads the Giants with 44 RBIs. He's a .347 hitter with runners in scoring position. He had a base hit in the second inning. And he drives this one right center. Can anybody get it? No. Bounces up against the wall. 1 run scores. They're waving Posey around. Posey's going to score, and Crawford comes through again. A booming 2-run double to give the Giants a 2-0 lead.
Now Crawford hit it like he thought it was a home run, but he knows in Triple's alley. That ball just stayed right in the middle of the plate. Had a slider spin on it with no slider break. And really, that's like a batting practice fastball without the ball spinning and breaking like he wanted it. And into the gap in right center. Nobody was going to get to it. And really, A's are happy, thankfully, that it's here and not at their park or any other park. It would have been a 3-run home run.
There's Williamson. Good sinker there by Grayman first try. So Crawford gets RBIs 45 and 46. 6 hits now for the Giants against Grayman so far. Missed outside to Mac Williamson, who reached on a fielder's choice in the second. Williamson, big, strong right-handed hitter. Taps that one to Simeon. Simeon has it, throws across, and they just got Williamson at first. Side retired. Giants get 2 runs on 3 hits. Crawford has the big double. Giants thinking about taking a look at it. Let's just hold just for a second. Bruce Bochy turning around. It looked like they
got amazing. It looked like it wasn't even a question mark.
They got it.
Oh, yeah.
2-0 Giants as we go to the 4th. Two-run double gives the Giants the 2-0 lead. Think about it right here in the Bay Area with great strides that Marcus Simeon has made. Crawford's resume is very good. Really, the Bay Area has 2 of the best all-around shortstops in baseball.
Yeah, you're right.
0-1 to Danny Valencia. Valencia, Davis, and Vogt here in the top of the 4th inning. Suarez at 44 pitches. He's not going to throw 120. He did throw 102 in his last start, but he did that in 5 innings. Valencia rolls that one foul.
I think when in doubt, look breaking ball, because he falls behind. He's going to throw some sort of a curveball or slider. He's ready to throw a fastball and a fastball count. Pretty confident with his breaking pitch.
Fastball that time. Valencia protecting. Hits it well foul down the right field line to keep the count 2-2. She is not letting that go. I think it fell right into her blanket. There.
Well, she's like Chris Davis and Marcus Semien with a shoulder problem.
Mine's starting to hurt a little bit too.
Hey, Semien did not have a problem throwing out Williamson on the last play to end last inning, and that's a good thing to see, especially with the way he jumped or fell on his right shoulder.
And he stayed with a breaking ball, and Valencia chased it. So Valencia strikes out for the second time. One out here in the fourth inning. Authentic Fan Fridays are back at the Coliseum. This Friday, the Pittsburgh Pirates are in town. If you buy a ticket in a value deck behind home plate, you're going to get an authentic A's fan jersey, a cheer card, and a $6 food and drink voucher, all for one great price. It's CSN's Authentic Fan Fridays at the Coliseum. 7:05 first pitch. A's Pirates. So it sounds like for the A's this weekend, it'll be Sonny Gray on Friday, Rich Hill on Saturday, Daniel Migden on Sunday. Does that sound right?
Sounds right.
So Migden will actually get an extra day. He pitched last night and he'll pitch Saturday. Extra day of rest. And after the Pirates leave town, the A's will be on the road to Minnesota and Houston, and that will lead right up to the All-Star break. No off days until then. To pitch 94 miles an hour, a bit outside. Davis grounded out to short. Actually hit a ball off of Suarez to the shortstop Crawford, who threw him out. That one lined to left and hit well. Pagan going back, and it is gone.
Wow.
And they're waving home run. It just snuck over. How he hit that out, I do not know. It was down around the shoe tops, and Davis just hit a low liner that just snuck over the wall into the first row.
Well, he hit it because he's very strong, unbelievably strong, to be able to really hit this out on his front foot. A breaking ball, and this is all upper body. And I'm sure the guys in the Giants dugout, as they saw this, just marveling at the power, the line drive, and of course the left fielder Pagan playing it for a double off the wall, but it struck over the fence and then bounced back on the field. Somebody clanked it.
So home run number 19 for Chris Davis, and RBI number 53. A couple of RBIs last night. Pena has it, and Pena throws out Vogt. Second out here in the fourth inning. So the A's are on the board with the home run by Chris Davis.
You cannot look at this. It's a breaking ball. It's down, and he reaches out, and look at the upper body. I mean, he keeps both hands on the bat, but to generate that much power, and Posey's got to be thinking, you got to be kidding me. But that's kind of a waste pitch, almost on the ground, that Chris Davis hit up.
Marcus Semien struck out looking in the second inning. So 9 home runs now in the last 6 games for the A's. Inside corner strike. Semien just checking in with Dan Iasone. popped up behind first. Pena and Belt, and it'll be Pena, the second baseman, who waits. He's got it, side retired. Chris Davis, another impressive home run. This one, a low liner. So the Giants lead 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the fourth. By Chris Davis, his 19th of the year. So now Graben needs to get the A's right back in the dugout. He faces Pena, Gillespie, and Suarez, the bottom three.
He's getting strikes, but again, I don't know that his location is where he wants it exactly. And so Bob Melvin and Stephen Vogt at the top step talking a little bit. It was probably more about Kendall Graben than it was about Stephen Vogt facing Suarez. 8 for 15 and shutdown innings. For Kendall Graben, this would be a great time to get one.
They sit right field. So that one was down, but it was also kind of down and in, which looks like a hit-me spot for Pena.
A's fans, make your 2016 Easter eggs MLB All-Star Game ballot green and gold at athletics.com on your computer, tablet, or your smartphone. Select A's like Danny Valencia, Chris Davis, Josh Reddick. Vote up to 35 times. You can vote today, vote tomorrow. You can vote at athletics.com/vote. That man's got a pretty good chance with his production so far. If the A's are able to send only one, we shall see what happens with the voting. It should be ending pretty soon. Also had their players vote that they have now, where players vote for their peers after the fans select the starting 9.
All part of the selection process now. More than one way to get in, I guess you could say. Pena has a decent lead at first. Keep an eye on him. Gillespie slaps one toward left field. Davis will play it on a hop. So, National League Baseball, this is the perfect scenario.
Yep, that's exactly what they're hoping for, and it gives a chance for Suarez to bunt with this ball just sliced out into left field. Whether this was caught or not, it was going to be a bunt situation, but now with first and second, Stephen Vogt talking, giving signs, and Semien and Valencia talking. Semien might be telling Valencia that you charge, I may do this, the wheel and come after you and behind you to get the runner at third. Let's see how good of a bunter Suarez is.
He bunts it back to Graben. Graben spins, thought about third, throws to first. And he couldn't play. And he took the sure out at first, so second and third, and one out.
The only thing, and of course it's easy for us to look, but whenever he catches the ball, he's catching it right here, and then he looks. You see the distance, and then decided I mean, the ball's got to be faster than the runner getting to third. He looks and then decided to go the short route, the sure route, and get the out at first base.
Ray, how much do you think this maybe has to do when he looks? Valencia isn't turned around yet. Now, that doesn't mean that he's not going to get turned around quickly, but when he looks over there and he sees the back of Valencia's jersey, maybe he's thinking, I can't go there.
Exactly. And Valencia, as soon as the ball was bunted, saw it was going to the pitcher. That's the time to get back and hurry back to third base.
And Valencia, he was getting back there, and I think he would have been able to turn around and catch it, but it's more of what the pitcher is seeing.
Yeah, and also saying that if he's not there to be a target to throw at, take the sure out.
Span takes low. Watch when he turns. Now he's got it. Now he is looking right now. Valencia just started to turn around.
Yeah.
It would have been a close play. I think they would have had him. But Valencia, he hustled back, got back there as quick as he could. 2-0.
And the infield on the corner is even. Infielders up the middle back. So ground ball except to first, pitcher, or third. Johnson score a run. So Graveman trying to get a ground ball to one of the three I just mentioned. Not up the middle.
2-0 pitch, just a touch low, maybe a touch outside. 3-0. Angel Pagan is your on-deck hitter. And that one off the plate, and it's a 4-pitch walk. So now the bases are loaded.
Not a bad idea if he can get a ground ball. Previous 8 before his last 3, and plus the ERA considerably lower, about 5 points. And ground ball percentage is better. Right now, a ground ball would be ideal. Walk to load the bases, and Angel Pagan, who singled leading off last inning, came around to score. I think from Kendall Graveman's standpoint, anytime there's a hit and it's not on the ground, it's not good. That means a hit in the air is not getting the ground ball possibility that he wants.
So here's Pagan. Graveman looked for a ground ball. Pagan has been a hot hitter lately. And the first pitch off the plate. Pagan, as Ray mentioned, signaled and scored, so he's 1 for 2. He's got 14 hits in his last 34 at bats. Missed again, 2-0. So Graveman himself for the first time showing a little frustration.
Well, I saw a couple of pitches inside that he tried to get inside, and so what happened when Pena hit the ball hard to left field or to right field, pulled it when he tried to go inside. So it's kind of in between now. He wants the fastball away to catch the corner. Tries to go inside. He does not seem to be getting the movement that he wants, which is dangerous.
And that one on the inside corner for a strike. May not have hit the target, but he gets a strike.
Hey, Pagan looking outside to try to shoot the ball to left field, and it stayed inside, which smart take. It's not the pitch you were looking for. Take it. If he had swung, he might have jammed himself, popped it up.
Pena at third. Gillespie at second. Span at first. So good speed on the bases. And that's a base hit. 1 run scores. Here comes Gillespie. He will score. And Angel Pagan with a clutch hit to make it 4-1. Well, Pena and Gillespie both score.
Oh, this ball's got to be at least knocked down. That's surprising. Jed looked like he's right there, and the ball's to his left, and it looked like at least he was going to be able to put a glove on it. And just under his glove into right field, and once that happened, 2 runs were going to score.
So for Pagan, RBIs 25 and 26. And now Belt steps up. Belt takes a strike. So 3 hits and a walk and a couple of runs so far in the inning for the Giants, and they lead 4-1. Down the left field line, and it is foul. So 0-2 the count. Belt with a double and a fly ball to deep left field. Both of his balls have been hit toward left center. Makes you believe maybe he's just kind of leaning out there against Graveman. And that one blocked by Vogt. He scrambles after it. Does a nice job of keeping Span at second base.
Well, the hard slide to try to go to the back foot like he did with Span in his last at bat when he struck him out, but and they checked the left foot and it came close. He pulled the foot back just enough time.
Inside again to Belt. 93 miles an hour. Posey to follow. The only out in this inning was the sacrifice bunt. Lots of fastballs tonight. Belt out in front of that one, rolls it foul.
Ryan Shulman, one of the trainers for the Athletics, does all the rehab work in Oakland. Those guys were there this afternoon. You see them leaving after the rehab, and Ryan Shulman gets on the bus and comes over here.
Full day for Brian.
Yeah, it's especially with all the guys on the DL.
Belt chased a pitch in the dirt, and Graveman gets the strikeout. So 2 outs here in the 4th inning.
Oh, this is a good strikeout because it was a pitch out of the strike zone, and the aggressiveness of Belt cost him there as that ball just kept sinking down, ended up being in the dirt.
So now Graveman will try to get Posey, who singled and scored in the 3rd. He's 1 for 2. Slider away. .283 the average for Buster Posey. When it's all said and done, he'll probably be over 300.
And he'll spend his all-star break in San Diego. Between he and Yadier Molina for the most votes, especially as a catcher.
Toward Valencia, who waits. He'll hustle to 3rd, and they get the out there. Side retired. 2 runs on 3 hits for the Giants. 5th inning coming up. 4-1 San Francisco.
Ball 5K on Sunday, July the 17th. The race starts on the field at the Coliseum, finishes with a post-race celebration in the parking lot. All participants receive a technical race t-shirt, ticket to that day's game, and free parking with a portion of the proceeds benefiting the A's Community Fund. Run to athletics.com/playball5K to register. I like that option, run or walk.
That's a good option.
I think, Joe, I'll walk if I go, but probably not.
Yeah, take a cab, remember?
Yeah, that's 5K. That's forever, man. That's a couple times around the Coliseum back.
First pitch to Yonder Alonso is outside. Alonso, Graveman, and Crisp here in the top of the 5th. That shot of the statue of Willie McCovey, which is out the other side of the cove, got me thinking. From what I understand, the Giants are going to have a statue of Gaylord Perry, your old friend.
That's right. It's going to be out by Orlando Cepeda.
How about that?
Sometime in August.
Of course, Gaylord started his career with the Giants and had very good years here in San Francisco, and then was traded to the Indians, where Ray caught him.
Probably one of the worst trades in baseball.
That was not a good trade.
Sam McDowell's good, but Gaylord Perry was first of his 2 Cy Young awards, the first pitcher to win a Cy Young in both leagues. Cleveland and San Diego for Gaylord. Orlando Cepeda and Willie McCovey were A's for a short amount of time.
2-2 the count to Yonder Alonso, who bounced back to Suarez in the 2nd inning. Slow curve, and it's a full count. Speaking of the Indians, they won again. Indians 5, Braves 3 tonight in Atlanta. That is 11 consecutive wins for the Cleveland Indians. Their best winning streak since 1982. Drive towards center. Span is there, and Span has it.
Well, we've talked about the A's, the Athletics wearing white shoes, and got a note from our good friend Monty Moore, who of course was with the A's when they left Kansas City and came to Oakland to wear the white shoes. And he said the first time the A's ever wore the white shoes, Indians manager Joe Adcock filed a protest. He said the white shoes interfered with the ball and pitching to the plate. And as Monty said, it must not have affected the Indians very much, because they hit the ball very well and won the game, and the protest was something that did not even have to worry about it. But
Joe Adcock, wasn't he a slugger for the Milwaukee Braves?
Yes, he was. Answering, he was the manager when I was there.
Was he really?
Yeah. White shoes T-shirt that the A's gave away. Matter of fact, at a time when all the players wore this. Took the same bus to the park, left at 5 o'clock for 7:30 game. Then Joe would be sitting in the front seat. 5 o'clock. Here comes the guy. Close the door. Let's go. He's late. You didn't mess with Joe, though.
Joe Adcock.
But Monty couldn't believe and enjoy those white shoes.
How dare you mess with the white shoe? Graveman strikes out. That's 5 for Suarez. We like him.
Yeah, I guess if you lift your leg high enough and the ball comes out of your shoe, then there it is. Now, albino kangaroo. That's pretty good. I remember when I was playing in Portland, and the minor league teams in Vancouver, and they came walking down and saw all the street shoes. They had street shoes that were white.
Sure.
I mean, they walked down the ramp at Multnomah Stadium in Portland, see nothing but white shoes. Of course, they were getting them ready for the big leagues. Charlie, very innovative when it came to uniforms and shoes, and used an orange ball one time.
Yeah, that was a good effort. Didn't he do that in spring training?
Spring training, yeah. It's too slippery. Couldn't throw a curveball with it. And remember the big catfish hunter, tried to throw one, they were too slippery. But the leather they have today, they could actually make it work with the leather that is used today on baseballs. Just dye it orange. But Charlie always thought that the orange baseball with the green background, you could see it better.
Okay.
But
as
I would think
as opposed to that white on black.
Yes. White on green and black. Yeah, that seems to be a little bit better. But
he tried.
He tried, and again, it's just a little too slippery.
2-2 now to Coco Crisp, who has hit a fly ball to right field, and he has walked.
Charlie also tried to sell players before he knew free agency was coming, but they wouldn't allow that.
Give me a bucket of cash and you can have one of my
That's
guys.
Right, that's right. He had 3 very good ones that he sold that was disallowed.
That was probably the last straw for Charlie and Boone Kuhn, right? That was it.
Yeah, well, that was the time of free agency, and he figured I'm going to lose them, so might as well get something for them, and so he tried to sell them.
Crawford behind second base, pretty smooth. And he throws out Coco Crisp. Side retired to Suarez has a 3-up, 3-down inning, and we are headed to the bottom of the 5th. Giants 4, A's 1. California is brought to you by the U.S. Women's Open. The premier women's golf championship tees off this July at Portobello. Tickets and more at 2016-USWomen'sOpen.com.
See, if that statue, if Juan Marichal was wearing white shoes, you could be, have a little bit of effect because you'd be seeing that white shoe up in his face.
That's true. With him, he probably needs to wear black shoes.
Yeah, and then it came over the top and he kept the leg up there and followed through, then maybe the white baseball would come out of the white shoe.
But that leg kick is long gone. Hey. People don't do that anymore.
Listen, the guys would be falling over if they try to do that.
Alonso has it. He'll take it himself. He beats Crawford to the bag. So Crawford is retired for the first time.
Still think one of the greatest stories is about Juan Marichal when he's facing Warren Spahn of the Milwaukee Braves. Marichal was a kid. Spahn was in the latter part of its 363 wins by lefty, the most ever. Alba Dark was the manager. And they kept going out. And he said, "This is your last inning." Marichal said, "If that old man keeps going out there, I'm going to keep going out." And I think Mays finally hit a home run to win it.
Yeah, I think it was at Candlestick.
Yeah, but he said, "That old man, he's not going to beat me. I'll keep going out there." And that's when Marichal was young, and of course both in the Hall of Fame. And the great lefty Warren Spahn. Matter of fact, there's a picture of those two, Spahny and Marichal, down in the clubhouse, the visiting clubhouse. And Abe down there has got all nice pictures, and that's one of them.
Well, maybe, I mean, you could make an argument that was the greatest pitchers duel ever.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
1-0, 16 innings. Both guys complete the game. Come on.
No pitch counts then. I wish there weren't pitch counts now. It's a good slider. And a very good slider to Williams. So 2 quick outs, ground out and a strikeout. That is great. I mean, to have that leg kick, look at his right arm, the extensions down, his right arm and a hand down near his right foot, left leg up high with the glove. Wow.
And to think of how he threw like that, you know, he was really straight over the top.
Right,
and from what I understand, I don't really remember watching, but he had great control.
Absolutely. He had the best control. And you go 16 innings. Yeah.
One and one the count to Ramiro Pena. He has a base hit in this game. That one was up, and Pena fouls it back.
Talking about the great Gaylord Perry, I want to say he was in a game that went something like 23 innings. He pitched a number of innings, and Dick Dietz's catcher finally said, "Hey, partner, time to break it out."
You've heard that before, haven't you? He said that to you a few times.
Oh, he said, "Partner, let's go, partner." Gaylord, one of the greatest competitors I've ever seen. Gaylord stayed on the mound, move infielders. They didn't like it, but he knew exactly where he's going to throw the ball and where the hitter was going to hit it. He wanted to have a defender there.
Did Gaylord, I mean, did he have a breaking ball? Did he throw a lot of breaking balls? Or
threw a slider, threw a fastball. But he never started a hitter with a fastball, always a slider. Because he didn't like the fact that hitters might be sitting on the first pitch fastball. And if he threw the fastball, it had some movement on it. Some good movement.
On the infield, then it should be a 3-up, 3-down inning for Kendall Graveman, and it is. 6th inning coming up. It'll be Lowry, Reddick, and Valencia. 4-1, the Giants lead. October 29th of 2013. That's Mark Kotsay right here at AT Park. There's his family, and this was his final big league at bat. Hugs around. So he went back to the Padres, finished there.
Buddy Black, we saw him in Anaheim.
And Barry Zito was the pitcher, the last pitcher he faced. But he had a terrific career, did Mark Kotsay. 17 seasons. And a good stop with the Athletics for 4 years. And a good guy. We're glad he's back in green and gold. Nice guy.
And, you know, one day, we don't know when or with which team, but he will be managing in Major League Baseball. He is that good of a man, and you can see his family still young, but yet actually Billy Beane told him, he said, listen, you've got a young family, stay home. And he stepped right back into baseball because he wanted to learn. There's nobody better to learn from than Bob Melvin as his bench coach.
Yeah, stay next to Bob Melvin. You'll be fine. 1-1 to Lowry. Curve, strike. Lowry didn't like it. Could have been outside.
Backdoor breaking ball. Always wonder if they come around the plate. Lowry thought so.
Suarez, 1-2 pitch inside to Lowry. Now 2-2. Well, he came up and in, and now see if he keeps it away from Lowry. Pitch number 79 coming up. Inside corner, just missed, and a full count.
Here's Michael Zagaris right behind Josh Reddick. He's got the camera. A little cooler tonight to have the guns out though.
Yeah, keep the guns inside. Not on the field either. And Suarez misses badly, and Lowry has a leadoff walk. Here's tonight's Cold Hard Facts, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. A's in the Bay Bridge Series history, guys with the most hits against the Giants. Kotze's on there. He's got 28. Fez, Tejada, Crosby, Giambi, Ellis. These two teams have been playing for 20 years. A's lead the all-time series 55-52. Reddick popped it up, chased a changeup, and it's Crawford who waits, and Crawford has it. Looks like there's kind of a maybe a little fog coming in, or just kind of a cool. I don't want to say cloud cover because it's nighttime, but it is cooling off big time. Maybe it is foggy.
So anybody watch the game over in the East Bay and you want to come over and get cool, then this is the place to come. Come to the water because it's probably still a bit warm over there. Just across the bay, and probably 34 degrees hotter.
No question. I am not exaggerating right now. Yesterday, driving into the Caldecott Tunnel, 98 degrees. Came through the other side, 85.
Yeah, that's right. Across the bridge.
And by the time you get to the bridge, 65.
Yeah.
Strike outside corner to Valencia.
Back-to-back fastballs after he's got nothing but curveballs in the first two at bats.
Valencia has struck out twice, once looking, once swinging. Fastball, and he shoots it foul.
Makes you think he was still looking breaking ball. Did not get in the first three pitches, and staying with the number one, the fastball. Valencia's probably gotten the best curveballs from Suarez than anybody tonight.
We've talked a lot about Valencia and his two-strike hitting, a .311 batting average with two strikes, which is almost unheard of. So here's a guy who's got lots of power, but he does really showed us to be a very good all-around hitter. I don't think he liked that last pitch up in the air.
He's gotten 4 fastballs, and got to be thinking he's going to get a curveball sometime. Although,
there's a shot. Belt has it.
Call it safe.
And so he caught the ball in the air, and then he spun around and kind of chased after Lowry, and he just could not quite get to him. The first base umpire, Angel Hernandez, waved the safe sign, which initially I thought that he did not catch it in the air. And actually,
no tag.
Isn't lucky that he did, because
yeah, he's saying
it would have been a double play if it hit the ground.
Yeah, he's saying he caught, he's out, and then he's saying no tag.
Yeah.
And that's what he was saying. You could read his lips saying no tag, and he was not able to tag Lowry as he got back to first.
So that's a good call by Angel Hernandez. Called out and then called safe. 2 for 2. So here's Chris Davis now, 2 outs. This is what Davis did in the 4th. Watch the pitch location.
Down and away. And he's running like he's got a double, and he gets no top spin on any of his home runs.
And you say, well, how does he get top spin, or I should say back spin, and some guys don't? I don't know. I mean, some guys have it and some guys don't. And if you want to be a home runner, you got to have back spin.
He gets on top of a high fastball as well as anybody we've seen. Suarez does not want to have anything to do with it. He hit a home run off the ground, a breaking ball. A couple of breaking balls outside, then it comes a little bit towards the middle of the plate, but still off speed and down.
Action for the first time in the Giants bullpen. George Contos. Suarez about to throw pitch number 90. So that's 91-mile-an-hour fastball that was not a strike. 2-2.
Fastball away, and Davis that time maybe looking breaking ball opened up just a little bit too much.
Lowry, the runner at first, he led off this inning with a walk. That ball's hit hard and into right field for a base hit. A fastball up out over the plate, and Davis has his second hit.
No shift, but that ball got through the infield so quickly, and Pena no chance. Fastball away and crushed by Chris Davis. And teams will shift to try to prevent a home run hitter from hitting a ball into the seats. Be happy with a single, then I think they got to be happy there.
So he's generally a pull hitter, but not a dead pull hitter. He's got the ability to do what he just did. So Stephen Vogt with an opportunity, 2 on, 2 out. And Bruce Bochy
double switch.
Going to make a move.
He just flipped his fingers over, his hand over, double switch indicating, and you go to the umpire first before you go to the mound. So the right fielder Williamson will come out.
So the double switch in motion. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts.
Thursday. These interleague game showdowns are always some of the most popular games of the year, so get your tickets tonight, right now at athletics.com/tickets. Should be fun tomorrow night and Thursday night. Night games. The A's will welcome in the Pirates. I think the Giants will go to Arizona to get about 112-degree temperature.
Robert Suarez, 5 2/3 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, and 91 pitches. So now it's up to the bullpen. And it starts with George Cantos, 1-1, 2.91 ERA. Facing Vogt, so a double switch. Cantos in the game. First pitch to Vogt is a strike. Jared Parker is now in right field, so Parker is hitting in the 9th spot. That's where the double switch comes in, and the pitcher spot is now the 6th spot. So Williamson is out.
Got a 2-seamer, 4-seamer. That was a backdoor breaking ball that he just threw Stephen Vogt for first pitch strike.
And another sharp slider on the outside corner, 0-2. Lowry at second, Davis at first.
Back-to-back identical pitches, and according to Dan Iasonia, he liked them.
Pretty good in that category for Cantos. 13 out of 15 inherited runners stranded. Two pitch. Fastball, touch outside at 90 miles an hour.
Everything away, and again Buster Posey staying outside.
Do you like the late target by a catcher? Because he gives a late target.
Yeah, well, it's not bad. It's a good way of not tipping pitches, but you have to have a pretty good pitcher to know exactly where he's trying to throw it. And he can give a sign, a location, and then maybe it's the understood with his pitchers that he does decide to go late. He's going to move inside now.
Well, and that one driven toward right center. Nobody's going to get it. It's going to score 1 run, and they're waving Chris Davis around third. It's going to score 2 runs. That Vogt comes through, and it's 4-3. So a big 2-out hit for Stephen Vogt.
Well, he threw 2 backdoor sliders, fastball outside, decided to go inside with a slider, and look where he hangs it, right in the middle of the plate. A hitter's delight to get a pitch in that location. And Stephen Vogt liked it. Triples alley perfectly, just like Crawford's to drive into. And really, once the ball gets into that area, it's going to drive into, especially and even with the runner at first base. So bullpen activity for the A's as Graveman's spot is due up, as this is happening with 2 outs.
Here's Simeon now, a chance to tie it. The first pitch is low. John Axford starts to throw, just in case.
And the leadoff walk to Jed Lowry, and of course Suarez departed after the base hit by Davis. Pitch count more than anything for Suarez.
A hanging slider that time, 1-1.
Well, one thing Bob Melvin is doing, of course, he's getting Axford ready. Alonso due up next, and then the pitcher spot. However, something that Simeon can do, at least it puts the Giants on notice that the pitcher is not going to be hitting. And you'd have to pitch Alonso accordingly if it gets to that point. Simeon would like to see Alonso get a chance to hit.
And this is inside, now 2-1.
I guess you could say if Simeon gets on base with 2 outs, they could really pitch around Alonso if the pitcher was going to be hitting. That's why you always get prepared in the National League parks to be able to make the pinch hitting choice if you want to.
Simeon has struck out and popped to second. And on the ground toward third. Gillespie has it, throws across, throws wide, and everybody's safe.
And he had the runner right in front of him. Stephen Vogt was in front of Gillespie, and I think that either distracted him and Righetti's going to come out and visit with his pitcher and let him know that Alonso is up, but there's also somebody warming up. Well, watch Stephen Vogt run in front of Gillespie. Actually, he could have tagged him. Just stop and wait, but actually wasn't in front, he was behind him. He just made a bad throw. It looked like he was in front, but Stephen was going to go behind him, and Gillespie just airmailed it, pulled Belt off, and Semien made it. Stephen started to go and then stopped it. I don't know why guys just don't stop and tag the guy.
He never even really looked at him.
I mean, it's just in their mind. They didn't want to think about it, but he knows he's running. There are some guys that actually will not run with the ball to the left side, but he did. And all he has to do is just turn around. He's standing right in front of him. And the fact that Stephen actually stopped made it even worse from his standpoint, Gillespie anyway.
So obviously E5 inning continues, first and third 2 outs. So Alonso is the hitter. Billy Butler walks out into the on deck circle.
Billy Butler had an excellent batting practice, and sometimes say, well, that's okay, but could also help you during the game if he gets the chance. Say one way or the other, he's going to get a chance to hit. Alonso does make out. Bob Melvin can either double switch or soon Graveman back out.
Home and road split for Alonso. 3:15 on the road tonight. A ground out to the pitcher and a line drive to center. 0 for 2. And that one misses outside.
It's rather surprising to me, to be honest, when the 2 perfectly thrown breaking pitches outside to Stephen Vogt, and why he would even think about coming inside with a slider after getting the calls with Sonia outside. So Stephen took advantage of the slider coming in, E5, and now the time runs at third.
In the dirt, and now 2-0.
Posey going to get credit for a block, but that was a fortunate stab as he backhanded the ball instead of actually blocking it.
Gillespie's error has extended the inning, and now the A's trying to tie it. Strickland starts to throw. Alonso with a 2-0 count. Here's the pitch. 3-0.
Most predictable pitch, 3-0 fastball. And why not? If he gets it, you discipline, let it go. He may hit his second home run of the season. Fastball, here it comes. One side, nobody in second.
Alonso bounces in just foul, so he went after it, and it looked like a pretty good pitch to hit.
Yep. He got on top of it if it had just gotten under it. But it was a fastball, and right there. He just was too quick, and that's how you determine whether a hitter can hit 3-0 or if he tries to come out of his shoes. Valencia, one of the best 3-0 hitters.
Semien with the lead at first. Vogt down the line at third. 3-1 pitch. Outside, he walked in. So now the bases are loaded for Butler.
Is Strickland ready? Because Bochy's taking a step, and there's a lot of time if he decides to pull him.
So Butler hitting for the pitcher.
Well, get into one of those he got into in batting practice and let it rip. He was hitting them out consistently to left center.
Santos in the stretch, he deals in the dirt. 1-0. One career grand slam for Billy Butler, but a very fine .333 average in his career with the bases loaded. A's got a guy on the mound who does not have great command, and that one hit up the middle, base hit center field. 1 run scores, 2 runs are going to score, and the A's take the lead 5-4. So he got a fastball, hit it right up the middle, and Bruce Bochy up out of the dugout.
Now Billy Butler with a big pinch hit, and you know the one thing he says about being the DH, it's like pinch hitting 4 times. Well, he feels he's a good pinch hitter, and he came through big time here. And what a great swing by Billy Butler to drive home 2 to give the A's the lead.
So the A's have scored 4 times to take the lead. A very costly error by the third baseman Gillespie. Would have been the 3rd out. And the A's have scored twice since that error, and they now lead 5-4. So here's Coco Crisp against Hunter Strickland.
One of the hardest throwing pitchers on the Giants staff, maybe the National League. Upper 90s, and he's built like a linebacker.
Facing Coco Crisp. First pitch, down and away.
Billy Butler getting the pitch. Looked like the spin, maybe a backup slider, and it came back into the wheelhouse of Billy Butler. And the tumbling just got the sharp slider break that he wanted. And Billy Butler very aggressive at the plate to send it up the middle. You're right, Gillespie's error, and that opened the door for the A's to do what they've done, and makes Kendall Graveman the pitcher of record. John Exford will be coming in the bottom of the 6th. How many times do we see that if a starter doesn't go deep, and Suarez is a little bit different story because he's not a regular in rotation, but still approaching 100 pitches and came out of the game, and Santos could not do anything.
2-0 to Coco. Coco hits one in the air to center. Span backs up, but he's got it side retired. So the A's score 4 times. They do it on 3 hits. There was a couple walks and a very costly error. Stephen Vogt, one of the big hits. And now the A's lead 5-4 as we go to the bottom of the 6th. 4 times, so 5-4 now. A's lead the Giants. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change, tune-up, and repair expert. So John Axford comes in. So the A's are going to need 12 outs from their bullpen. Gillespie, Parker, and Span against Axford. First pitch, a curve, looked good, but called the ball.
What they need is for John Axford to pitch the way he was at the beginning of the season. Been struggling lately, and as a result, his ERA is over 4. 3-2 record. And right now, I think Bob Melvin would like to get an inning or 2 out of Axford. And then, of course, it would be to the other part of the bullpen.
So 9 hits and 4 runs for Kendall Graveman, 91 pitches. But right now, he's the pitcher of record. Two 2-0 to Gillespie, who is 2 for 2, 2 singles and a run scored. And he swung at ball 3, which was high. The Rangers won tonight. They beat the Yankees 7-1.
So they won a doubleheader today.
That's right.
3 in the morning?
3 in the morning.
Wow. How about that game? 3 hours and some, what?
Well, it was a 3-hour and 35-minute rain delay.
Yeah. So you resume play at 2:30 in the morning or something like that?
And for the Rangers, it was a good thing.
Yeah.
They scored 4 in the 9th and beat the Yankees. Crazy game.
Probably might have been the first time you had 3 hit batters in 1 inning.
That's right.
And that was in the 9th inning.
So the Yankees went into that game with went into the 9th inning last night with a 6-5 lead. And as soon as the top of the 9th started with the Rangers batting, it started raining. 3 hours and 35 minutes later, they started playing again. And the Rangers scored 4 in the top of the 9th and won the game. 3-1 pitch is drilled toward right center. Reddick playing in that direction is over to cut it off. And Gillespie's 3 for 3. And he's trying to make up for his very costly throwing error.
Too bad fastball right in the middle of the plate. That's tough for John Axford because he fell behind and then came in with a fastball. Yeah, the Yankees were leading on Monday night, but they lost Tuesday morning.
They lost again Tuesday night.
Yeah.
Cole Hamels won that game. He is now 9-1 over CC Sabathia. So the Rangers are now 51-27. First pitch to Parker is low. So the Rangers are rolling. They've won 12 out of 14. Down in Anaheim right now, the Astros are leading the Angels 5-1 in the top of the 7th inning. 1-0 to Jarrett Parker. Tim Lincecum started that game for the Angels. He left after 4 1/3, gave up 5 earned runs and threw 101 pitches. So that's the West with that Rangers win. The Mariners are leading the Pirates 5-0 in the top of the 7th in Seattle. Pitch is low to Parker, now 2-1. Span to follow. Mentioned that the Indians won and the Kansas City Royals, the second place Royals, lost 8-4 to the Cardinals. So the Indians now have a 6-game lead in the Central. Vogt sets up outside. Swing and a miss. Chased a high fastball at 95 miles an hour.
Well, the fastball's got to be looking so good because this pitch out of the strike zone again. A pitch that most hitters have a difficult time catching up to, getting on top. See a little bit of an uppercut swing, and had he made contact, it's a pop-up. Every day's up.
Yep. Zep's up. 2-2 pitch. And that time, he almost went after that one too. He was able to lay off. It was the same pitch.
A smart take because it was a ball, as their first one was, but he swung at it.
So now the count is full. Aspie takes his lead off first. Parker does strike out quite a bit. Aspie not running, and the pitch is fisted back to the screen. Good fastball right in on the hands of Parker. A little bit of an emergency swing. He may have been looking for the ball out over the plate, and it came in on his hands.
A big confidence boost for Exford would be to get out of this inning and have a little bit of a cleaner inning after a leadoff hit on the 3-1 fastball.
Runner not going. The pitch is high. So Parker laid off a couple of high pitches, and now there's 2 on and nobody out. That's the second walk issued by his pitchers. Graveman just 1 walk tonight.
That's too bad. Axford has a good fastball, and the old challenge, throw it for a strike, and that's a little tough for him.
So here's Span. Interesting play here, Ray. Bottom of the 6th inning. I don't know. Span's a very good bunter. Corner infielders are in. So it's not out of the question that he could be bunting, even though you're thinking, well, 6th inning, still somewhat early, but
it's style of baseball. I think it's different here than we probably would not be saying in the American League. Turn it right to foot in. There you go. Turn it in, back towards the catcher, and then
that hurts. That hurts just watching him do that.
But you know, he starts that way, but he ends up hitting with the foot normal.
Corner infielders in, no bunt attempt, and it's a breaking ball low. He's faced Axford 5 times, 0 for 5. Pagan is your on deck hitter. Swinging away, and it's high, so 2-0. Who knows, too, Ray? Bruce Bochy may see a guy in the mound, Axford, who is just not sharp.
And if he tried to bunt the fastball that's up, he could pop it up. But he's just not able to follow through to get the fastball down. Curveball, he threw one, but and then try to make the adjustment with the curveball.
So we'll see if the calming voice of Kurt Young can get Axford back in the strike zone. Zabzinski is pretty much ready down in the bullpen.
And I don't think Bob Melvin's going to take a long time either.
To a pitch. Line to left field. Davis over. He's not going to get it. And it drops fair. This game's going to be tied. Parker's going to go to third. And Denard Span has a big hit for the Giants. And it's 5-5. And Bob Melvin immediately out of the dugout. So Axford goes single, walk, double. And just like that, it's 5-5. So back to the bullpen. Zabzinski's coming in.
on Saturday, July the 2nd with a salute to Armed Forces fireworks presented by PlayStation after the 7:05 A's versus the Pirates game. Enjoy patriotic music during the show, which coincides with a long Independence Day weekend. Fans can watch the fireworks show from the outfield grass, but as always, on-field capacity is limited. Get your ticket today at athletics.com/fireworks.
Well, the Giants have answered right back after the A's scored 4 to take a 5-4 lead, but now it's 5-5, and the Giants have second and third, nobody out. So Sebzinski, he needs to make some big pitches as he faces Angel Pagan. Well, Pagan, a switch hitter, hitting from the right side now. Infield in, first pitch is hit in the air, shallow right, and it's going to be Reddick who makes the catch, and it's not deep enough. So there's one big out. Pagan went after the first pitch. I don't think it was a strike, and Reddick hustled over and made the catch.
Yeah, you say what you want about a rehab for Josh Reddick, missing 34 games, but the defense, the strong arm, accuracy didn't go away. It was out of the strike zone and just an aggressive hitter, but Reddick got behind it and watched this throw perfectly to the plate, although the runner, not surprisingly, was not on the move.
So one out, infield stays in. Here's Belt. Belt broke his bat. Simeon has it. Simeon will throw to first, and that's the second out. How about that? That, my friends, is a broken bat.
Yeah, they walk Posey and pitch to Crawford. That is a fractured bat. That is one that may take a half hour for the young man to pick up all the splinters. But like Pagan, Belt going after the first pitch and out of the strike zone. And amazingly, you see this all too often. And you just don't think about the pressure that the hitter puts on himself instead of the pitcher.
Yep. I got to be honest with you. Those are two bad at bats.
They were bad.
From a team that generally gives pretty good at bats.
Well, and you'd figure that they know. I mean, you got two pretty good hitters, Pagan and Belt, to know that Sebzinski has the pressure and really the momentum in the direction of the Giants with 3 consecutive base runners and then one out of the strike zone and then one inside a broken bat. And if the ball hadn't been in the air, Parker had been going on contact, he might have made it because the ball was hit so softly, even with a broken bat. But here's the move. So 4 pitches to Posey to put him on and face the tough Crawford, who the numbers show, and he did it back in the 3rd inning with a 2-out, 2-run double.
Crawford, a .250 hitter against left-handed pitching this year. Against righties, .267.
Well, you'd have to think left field for Crawford, trying to stay on the pitches. He pulled the ball in right center, but it was a 1-0 fastball he got from Kendall Graveman. They are shading him towards left field. Huge gap into the Triples Alley.
First pitch is inside. 300 average with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. Been hot lately, so this is a good matchup. Sebzinski and Crawford with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Parker, Span, Posey are your runners. And that one's inside, and now it's 2-0.
In the 3rd, this is what he did. This is just a great swing, and he swung like it was a batting practice fastball, and he hit it like it was one. 2-run double. Now, first 2 pitches to him inside off the plate. Sebzinski did not want him to try to take a pitch outside. He may have to go that direction now, but.
And he does. Shot to left center, and that's going to get down. It's going to score 1. It's going to score 2. Coco kicks it around. They're waving home Posey. He's going to score. Crawford to 3rd. It's 8-5.
Well, it's all about the count, and you knew he was going to go that direction. Coco tried, wanted to slide. It looked like he just had to reach down. He could have stopped it, might have saved one run, but bottom line, fall behind, hitter can take the chance and do exactly what Crawford did. And with the ball kicking past Coco, he's all the way to third, so a bases clearing triple.
So 5 RBIs tonight for Crawford, and now it's 8-5. I think you're right, Ray. When it got to 2-0, you became concerned.
Yeah.
And Crawford now 49 RBIs on the year. And this is Gregor Blanco, who's hitting in what is now the pitcher spot. Blanco takes a slider first strike. Inside, and the count even at 1-1. Rookie right-hander Garrett Law. So 1-2 to Blanco. So Axford, all 3 of his runs score.
And the one guy who's 32 for 32 not getting a chance to come in, Ryan Bell.
And hits Blanco right in the back. Got him right in the number. He just could not move, could not get out of the way. It was right at his number 7. Bob Melvin's coming out.
Look at the ball, just did not break.
So back to the bullpen as Dull comes in. Zaginski's done, and it's 8-5 Giants.
Is presented by authority of the Oakland Athletics and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
So just like that, the Giants have stormed back. They've scored 4 times in the bottom of the 6th. So 8-5 now. Giants lead 1st and 3rd. 2 outs. Dull to face Ramiro Pena, the 9th man to bat in this inning. Swings at a high fastball and misses it.
And normally Bob Melvin would not bring Dahl in to face a lefty, but he is doing it, and his numbers have been outstanding, and trying to get the final out of this inning, allowing just the 3 runs to score.
Close. Has yet to allow an inherited runner to score. Unbelievable. 32 out of 32, and he's got 2 more out there. So he just needs to get Pena, and he can move those numbers up. Of course, you can't get much higher than 100%. So.
Yep. Eventually, it's probably going to end. Be remarkable if it doesn't throughout a season. I mean, just where he is in the season, but he's done a remarkable job so far, and what he did in September, what he did in spring training, and definitely what he's done this season.
2-1 pitch is popped up, and it'll be into the seats. So the count is even. 3 hits in the inning, 2 walks, and a hit batter, and 4 runs. Blanco's a pretty good base stealer. You got to keep an eye on that. Dahl is the 3rd pitcher of this inning for the A's. Straight back. Astros leading the Angels now 7-1 in the top of the 8th inning. Mariners leading the Pirates 5-2 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Blocked nicely by Stephen Vogt on a pitch that was down and in, so full count.
The first slider in the at-bat, Stephen Vogt called it, anticipated it into the dirt, and made a nice stop to block it and keep the runner at 3rd.
So Blanco will take off now from 1st. And the pitch is hit in the air towards center. Coco back a little bit and over. He's got it. Side retired. Damage done as the Giants score 4 times. 7th inning coming up. Giants 8, A's 5.
Baseball on CSN California is brought to you by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. And by Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience TV.
So kind of a crazy game tonight here in San Francisco with the Giants now leading 8-5. That's the guy who has hurt the A's tonight. 5 RBIs for Brandon Crawford. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. It's your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. Fourth pitcher of the night for the Giants. It's left-hander Josh Osich. And he's going to face Lowry, Reddick, and Valencia. So battle of the bullpens, and well, neither bullpen has been very good so far.
No, they have not.
There's still 3 innings left. First pitch from Osich to Lowry is in for a strike. That's Zach Neal starting to throw. Lowry tonight is 0 for 2. He walked and scored in the 6th. And he went around. He opened up the 6th inning with the walk, when the A's sent 9 men to the plate and scored 4 times. Oh, 2 pitch is line foul down the right field line. So the count remains 0-2.
I think that with the A's bullpen, the way it has been pitching, they had to be feeling pretty good about the bridge, if you will, in the middle part of the game to try to get to the back end of the bullpen. But John Axford let them down. Sipczynski fell behind Crawford, and after Stephen Vogt drove into with the big double, and all of a sudden the A's are trading.
Gillespie has it, throws, and Lowry's out, 1 away. So Lowry 0 for 3, and now Reddick will step in. You see a lot in games like this where it's kind of back and forth. Bullpens are wobbling a little bit. Sometimes it's that first bullpen that gets a 3 up, 3 down inning. It kind of holds momentum for your team. Osich pumps a fastball in for a strike at 96 miles an hour. Good slider. 79 miles an hour on the breaking ball. The fastball was 96.
Posey wants a slider outside and down. All of those signs given. A bad pitch.
Osich is making his 39th appearance. That's the 2nd most appearances in the National League. And Bruce Bochy uses his bullpen a lot. That one rolled up the first base line. Belt has it. He'll take it himself. Steps on the bag with his left foot. 2 away.
Josh Reddick is back. He's 1 for 4 tonight after hitting a hanging curveball 3-2. First at bat started out nicely for him, but since then a ground out, pop up, and a ground out. But happy to be back.
So with 2 away, Valencia steps up. Bases are empty. Pitch drops low, took a little bit off. So over to the Coliseum tomorrow night. Sean Manaea and Jake Peavy, a rookie and a veteran. So if you're the Giants, you're digging around for information on Sean Manaea. If you're the A's, you've seen Jake Peavy many, many times.
3 rookies sitting together, standing together, saying how great it is to be in the big leagues. Handlebar mustache, lots of hair, and a beard.
This is cool.
Tom and I let the hair grow out again. Remember in spring training, it was huge. England, first major league victory. Dylan Overton got his Saturday.
And he'll pitch Thursday. So Manaea and Overton, a couple of rookie left-handers against the Giants at the Coliseum the next 2 nights. So that will be a lot of fun. Should be a raucous crowd. 3-1 pitch toward Crawford. He charges to get a good hop. And that's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Josh Osich. 7th inning stretch from AT&T Park. 8-5 Giants lead. Chris Davis with a home run tonight. It was really an ugly 6th inning that saw the A's give up a 5-4 lead. So it's now the bottom of the 7th when it's time for change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change, tune-up, and repair expert. So Zach Neal comes in. He pitched last night through 10 pitches. And he'll face Gillespie, Parker, and Span. These are the 3 guys that started last inning. Gillespie has 3 hits tonight, and he has scored twice. So did a good job offensively. Made a costly error earlier in the game, and that one hooked down the right field line, but foul. What a Carney Lansford jersey. Nice. See, Carney, well, Carney, yeah, he played for the A's, worked for the Giants. I just don't see Carney as somebody who would be okay with the split cap. It just doesn't strike me as that guy. Another hit for Gillespie. He's 4 for 4. So that is 13 hits tonight for the Giants. Last night they had 7.
Tried to get the fastball inside. It came back out over the plate. The two-seamer, if you start it inside and make a mistake with it, it's a hittable pitch. And Gillespie proved that with a ball that just did not start at his hip, get him to flinch, and then come back.
So here's Parker. But the Parker at bat was a big at bat, Ray, in that 6th inning when he ended up walking. But you could get him to chase high, and he did early in the count, but then he laid off a couple of high fastballs late in the count and ended up walking. One pitch inside, so the count 1-1.
Well, I know John Axford has to feel very badly because he has struggled lately. Great opportunity to come in and get the bottom part of the batting order, 8-9-1, but it just did not work out. 3 batters, 3 runs, and the demise of the Athletics in the inning.
That is foul. Umpires looked at each other, both raised up their hands.
Umpire at the plate with the ball in front of the bag. Catching it in front of the bag was Yonder Alonso. He was thinking about 2. And that's why the home plate umpire, Dan Iasonia, eventually called it. Although not opposed to the umpire at the third base, or first base in this case, to make the call himself.
So 1-2 to Parker. Stays off the off-speed pitch. Parker's spot is the 9th spot in the order. He was double switched into the game. Lowry makes the play, and he cannot get it out of his glove to make a throw, and Parker has a hit. So Lowry had a glove on it, made the play, but he was trying to make the transfer to get a throw. I don't know that he was going to get Parker. Parker runs pretty well.
He's not going to get anybody. Jed Lowry wearing the goggles because it's a little breezy tonight here in San Francisco, but he's been a lot to his left. This ball he came up with, and it'd be nice if he could have done the same thing with the ground ball that Pagan hit back in the 4th inning. But he was not able to get to the ball, got under his glove.
So again, just like last inning, 2 on and nobody out. And Denard Span had a big double in that situation last inning. See what he does here. And he hooks one just foul. That was close. So the count 0-1. Span has also grounded out, struck out, and walked. Both bullpens are quiet. Denard Span again hits it foul down the first base line, so the count is 0-2. Get it taken care of. Two big decisions. Yeah.
All that for that.
2 pitches, bounced towards second. Lowry has it. Out at second, out at first, and that's a double play. A big double play. And now a runner at third and 2 outs. And it'll be Angel Pagan who strides to the plate. Now there is some action out in the Giants pen. Right-hander Corey Guerin Starts to throw. Pagan's had a good ball game. He's 2 for 4. Little pop up behind short, and Simeon's there, and he's got it. So Neal gets out of the inning. Runner stranded. The double play helps, and we're moving to the 8th. Giants 8, A's 5. Coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. We're comparing the seasons for Marcus Semien. Of course, last year played almost every day, 15 home runs, made 35 errors. So far this year, he's played in 77 games, played in every game for the A's. He already has 15 home runs. The slugging percentage is better, and just 8 errors on the year. So it's been fun to watch Marcus Semien working hard, and he deserves everything because he is working so hard.
And Darren Bush telling him about this new pitcher, Corey Guerin, telling him that he'll throw a fastball, a sinker, a slider, and a changeup. And he's a right-hander, and see what you can do against him. Try to get the A's back as they're down by 3.
First pitch. It'll be a tough at bat against right-handed hitters. Facing Davis, who has homered and singled. Davis is 2 for 3. He's 4 for 8 in the series. A couple of RBIs last night, and an RBI tonight. Now has 53 on the year. Fastball close, but a little outside. 1-1 the count.
I don't know, we've seen Buster Posey call anything but a breaking pitch to an A's hitter when a reliever comes in the game. First pitch was a sidearm slider from this right-hander, then a fastball two-seamer looked like a better pitch. Catching the outside part of the plate.
So 2-1 now to Davis. Vogt to follow, and then Semien. Defense pretty straight up for Chris Davis. Pena, the second baseman, slid a little bit over towards second base. And now 3-1. A's could use a couple base runners, get something going again. It's been Suarez, Canto, Strickland, Osich, and Guerin. Gets a stride at the knees on the outside corner.
Second pitch was a better pitch than this one as far as the two-seamer and lower part of the strike zone.
See if he goes to a slider on 3-2.
It's like, do I really want to throw this pitch or not? Talk about taking time. Wow. I would think most pitchers are going to go with Posey with whatever he calls, and Guerin just took a lot of time with nobody on base. Not like he's trying to hold somebody. That's a fastball sign that he's given. Posey actually set up middle of the plate with the sinking action.
Not close, and it's a leadoff walk. So good start for the A's here in the 8th. A's Insider Podcast is live on CSNCalifornia.com. Each week our A's Insider Joe Stiglitz talks baseball with players, coaches, and special guests. This week Joe's special guest is former A's left-hander Mark Alder. The A's Insider Podcast with Joe Stiglitz. It's on CSNCalifornia.com. So now Stephen Vogt will hit. The man aboard, nobody out. First pitch to Vogt, sinker, that's low. Stephen Vogt had a huge hit in this game. 2 out, 2-run double. Made it a 4-3 game.
Oh, wow.
Late strike call.
Got to make it, bring it up. Slider that came into Stephen Vogt and into right center. That was the beginning of the comeback for the A's.
Reached for and rolled foul. And that one, a lot of movement. All of Guerin's pitches have a lot of movement on it. Vogt also walked in the second and grounded out in the 4th. Infield at double play depth, outfield slightly toward left center, and the pitch not close. 2-2.
I don't know that he's thrown Stephen Vogt a strike in this at bat. The one that was called was just above the ankles, but got the strike call. Then Stephen went out of the strike zone for a pitch. Last one way off.
Posey again sets up outside. 2-2 pitch is way outside, and now it's 3-2. But we're going to get action in the Giants bullpen. The lefty Javier Lopez trots down. Davis runs, and the pitch is outside. He walked him. Back-to-back walks by Guerin to open up the 8th inning.
Well, David Righetti buying a little extra time. Alonso is the left-handed hitter scheduled after Semien. We figure that's who Lopez is getting loose for.
The A's have not double switched tonight, so their pitcher spot is still the 9th spot. Butler pinch hit there. Got the 2-run single.
Fernando Rodriguez heading to the bullpen. It will be a pinch hitter.
These have Smolinski, Fegley, Burns, and Alcantara to choose from. So here's Marcus Semien. First pitch, not close. 1-0. Guerin's all over the place right now.
He's overthrowing everything, and so Buster Posey on the 3-2 to Davis, set up down the middle of the plate, and
probably all you can do.
All the movement, you might as well just let him throw it in the middle. If it breaks or moves the way it's supposed to, it will stay out of the strike zone.
That one, pretty good pitch on the outside corner. Semien tonight is 0 for 3. He reached on an error and scored in the 6th. He's need a couple of big hits here in the 8th inning. And there's a shot center field, the base hit. Chris Davis is going to be, now he's being sent home, and he scores, and it's 8-6. So the A's with a walk, and a base hit, and we got action here in the 8th inning.
Marcus Semien very disciplined, and the pitch down the middle and right back up the middle. I think Ron Washington with a ground ball was going to send Chris Davis. He was just waiting as long as he could, but Span did not want to take a chance, overthrow the cutoff man, and put 2 runners in scoring position. So a good idea that Davis, who a little stutter step at third, continued on and scored easily without a throw. But he's running all the way and just slowed down momentarily, maybe to adjust his footwork across or approaching the bag.
So the A's climbing right back in it, and they get a shot here in the 8th.
The 7:05 p.m. game against the Tampa Bay Rays. Special ticket is required for Park at the Park, presented by Eviderm, Nalabone, and PetSmart. This event sells out annually, and limited tickets remain. For information and tickets, visit athletics.com/Bark. That's Bark at the Park. Bark at the Park.
So here's Fegley pinch hitting for Alonso. 2 on, nobody out, and a run in. And this is an interesting situation, Ray. I think if you're the A's, you feel like you like this spot because Lopez is a lefty specialist.
Yep.
His job, 95% of the time, he's going to face a left-handed hitter.
Yep.
You know, the A's are going to send a couple of right-handed hitters up there.
And deplete the bench to do it, but that's what they have to do to try to get it. It's the 8th inning.
And there's a drive towards center. Span going back, and Span caught it. What a catch in right center. And that may have saved the game. A shot to deep right center, and Span caught it. Vogt was able to tag up alertly, and he got to third.
A great shot, and Span did a good job spinning around and getting the ball back in, because otherwise Vogt could have scored from second. So Jake Smolinski will pinch hit, but just a little bit more slicing towards the gap. It would have tied the game. Instead, Span jumped up and made a leaping catch, and that was a saver, because it would have scored two. The A's would have had a runner at second.
So still first and third, one out now. Here's Smolinski. So Smolinski hitting in the pitcher spot.
Bernard Span reaching up as far as he could, and that's that 12-inch glove getting the extra length on the webbing, which is a great play.
So 0-1 to Smolinski. A's need to pick up this run at third. And there's a strike, and it's 0-2. I don't know what the number is, but the percentage of right-handed hitters that Lopez faces is very, very minimal.
Backdoor slider, and Jake thought it came around the plate.
2 pitch, down and away. Coco Crisp will be next. And a crazy game tonight, and it's still not over. Closer Santiago Casilla is up. Bruce Bochy only has 2 pitchers left. I take that back. 3. Casilla, Law, and the young man who pitched last night, Chris Stratton. But Stratton threw 3 innings. Outside, now 2-2.
Stratton more of a long man, probably not available anyway. Probably fortunate to still be with the Giants. A lot of times a guy eats innings like that, and his reward is AAA. But Jake Smolinski, Lopez staying away with the backdoor slider, backdoor fastball.
Left field and deep, and that baby is out of here. 9-8, A's lead. Wow. Jake Smolinski, a pinch hit 3-run homer.
Unbelievable. And Santiago Casilla was probably going to come in if Lopez had gotten Smolinski out. Instead, he gives up a 3-run home run. It's back to 9-8.
And there's a line shot base hit down the left field line. Coco is going to try for 2. Here comes the throw, and he's going to slide in with a double.
Last
Still
night,
only 1 out.
Marcus Semien, a 3-run home run off of Samardzija. Tonight, a breaking ball into the wheelhouse of Jake Smolinski. And boy, with the A's having to make some decisions, Jake Smolinski stays. Max Muncy goes. Jake pinch hits and hits a 3-run pinch hit home run, a no-doubter on a hanging breaking ball, and that ball was crushed. And even better for Coco to get a double.
So 4 runs in. I'm telling you, having the right-handed hitters facing Lopez, I think, was a huge, huge advantage for Bob Melvin. And there's a base hit right field by Lowry. And Coco's going to round third. And Coco's going to score. It's 10-8.
An unbelievable game. And it's only the 8th inning. Just a check swing on an outside fastball from Jed Lowry. From the pitcher to Lowry, and just flared it out to right field. And rid of the Smolinski home run changes everything for Bruce Bochy as Coco scores easily. First ever career pinch hit home run for Jake Smolinski. His third of the season, all three coming this month of June. Fastball, fastball, and he gets a slider tonight.
So again, Ray, he's faced 4 right-handed hitters.
Yeah.
A drive to right center, a home run, a double, and a single.
And he finally gets a true lefty in Josh Reddick, a couple of switch hitters before him.
And at that point, it may be too late. First pitch down and away.
Sixth 3-run home run for the Athletics in this month, all coming from the 13th of June to this the 28th of June.
Crawford has it. Steps on second, throws to first, not in time. So out at second. With Reddick hustling down the line.
I guess look where Pena, the second baseman, is playing and could not get to the bag quickly enough, so Crawford thought he could take it himself. And now Bruce Bochy is going to come out and make the call to his closer. Crawford really had no choice but to take the bag himself. Look at that, only 9 hits for the A's, but they've had 1, 2, 3 walks score. 2 in this inning, 3 in the last 2.
So Lopez leaves, Casilla coming in. The A's lead 10-8. Back over to the Coliseum for Game 3 of this series. It'll be Jake Peavy and Sean Manaea. Starts with A's pregame live at 6:30. You'll get complete A's coverage every night on Sportsnet Central and CSNCalifornia.com. So that's tomorrow night, Peavy and Manaea.
It is Law, not Casilla. I did not see Law start to get loose. Casilla was up, and I guess when the A's scored the 2, he sat down. Law is the pitcher. And trying to come in and get the final out of this 5-run inning for the Athletics.
The 2 walks to start the inning. I mean, that just sort of got the ball rolling.
But Guerin was not very good, and you know that's sadly, and they ended up throwing a fastball that was hit by Simeon up the middle. But it's like with John Axford, got the first 2 on base after the A's had come back, and the A's are going to have to try to shut down the Giants in the bottom of the 9th, 8th, and the 9th. It's Ryan Madsen. It's like the matchups for the 8th inning. We have seen it before, and that would be Belt, Posey, Crawford. 3 scheduled in the 8th inning. Maybe a pitch too. Who knows?
Valencia down the right field line, foul. I'm still shocked, Ray, that Javi Lopez faced 4 straight right-handed hitters. Yeah. Now, granted, a couple of them are switch hitters, but it's just not what he does. It never has.
Well, Guerin put him in a position where he had to go to one of his better relievers, and Lopez is that. And you have to have the relievers. The A's have struggled to dive in the bullpen. Zach Neal is out of the game. I mean, he got first 2 batters got onto him, got a nice double play. Otherwise, could have opened up a bigger lead for the Giants, but Neal got out of it, allowing a couple of hits the 1 inning.
1-1 pitch, outside corner strike to Danny Valencia. Valencia is 0 for 4. Couple of strikeouts, a line out in the ground.
Seagulls are getting upset. It's too long of a game for them. It was a quick game last night, and they are starting to. I mean, this is only the 8th inning, guys. You better be careful.
Top of the 8th.
Yeah. Bird flew in front of Adam Wainwright last night.
He got him. And Valencia swings and misses. So that's how the inning ends. And the A's come up huge. They score 5 times, 3 coming on a pinch hit home run by Jake Smolinski. How about that? 10-8. A's lead the Giants. Toyota dealers, crazy night. 10-9-0 for the A's, 8-14-1 for the Giants. The A's have stormed back a couple times tonight. They were down 4-1. They were down 8-5, and they've been swinging the bats well lately, and they've showed it again tonight. So Madsen comes in. He'll face Belt, Posey, Crawford. First pitch to Belt is a fastball inside at 95 miles an hour. 33rd appearance for Ryan Madsen. Belt cues one up the third base line. Pick it up.
It's interesting that Ryan Madsen entered the 8th inning. Of course, one of the A's 2 closers. Sean Doolittle the other. But if you're looking at Belt and Crawford, 2 lefties in this lineup, Posey the right hand in between. So we shall see what Bob Melvin is deciding to do. Normally Madsen pitched the 8th inning. It's matchups. And maybe the splits for the 2 lefties are better. Although the numbers you showed for Crawford definitely better against righties and lefties.
1-1 pitch toward Madsen, who picks it up. He throws, and they get belts. A big out with Posey coming up. That's Ryan Madsen pitching for the Phillies a long time ago. That was his first save in his career. There he is, a youngster.
Oh, sideburns.
2004.
Wow, 2004. 12 years. A grizzled veteran now, though. And he's good. Good change up to belt. Unfortunately, when you think about a guy literally missed 3 years of pitching and pounced on a baseball, picked it up bare hand, and made a perfect throw to first base.
So 0-1 to Posey, who is 1 for 3. Single, a walk. He has scored a couple of runs. Strike 2 call. So a high strike and a low strike.
Yeah, he said up, and I heard him saw him say, I thought so. That was the strike zone pretty well.
So 0-2. And looking for something else. He swings and misses it on 3 pitches. Madsen strikes out Posey.
We saw Fengley move inside, which would indicate a fastball, and Posey, of course, fastball change up and just a little late with the swing, maybe thinking soft, but you don't see many swings like that from Buster Posey. But Ryan Madsen, unbelievable arm with a change up in his fastball.
So 2 outs. Here's Crawford. It's a good way to see Crawford with the bases empty. He's got a single, a double, and a triple. The only cycle in this ballpark ever was Eric Burns, 2003.
If it's home run now, it's a solo, and that's all the A's care about. Nobody's on base in front of the hot Crawford.
That's Trevor Brown, who is the backup catcher. The Giants are short a man position player wise as well, so they're running out of players. Joe Panik, he's still on the 25-man roster, but he's checked for concussions, so it's really a 3-man bench for Bruce Bochy. So he is clearly short. The Giants have 8 pitchers.
Pitch hit, stays in the game. Vogt moves to first base, so Bob Melvin able to keep both catchers in the game.
So 3-1 the count.
Couple of heroes there. 5 runs driven in between Billy Butler and Jake Smolinski. Half of the runs scored by the A's result of those 2 guys pinch hitting. That might be a first for the A's to get 2 pinch hits in the same game, producing 5 runs.
A little bit outside, and Crawford walks. That's the 4th walk issued by A's pitchers tonight. So here's Brown. This is the pitcher spot. Base hit left field. Brown goes after the first pitch. He got jammed. But enough to get a base hit to left field. Hit number 15 for the Giants. Now Pena will step up.
Well, you guess correctly, and I guess fastball got it. Ryan Madsen trying to get ahead of him with a fastball, but heard the crack of the bat, but then for Brown to get it into the outfield.
So here's the switch hitter, Ramiro Pena, who is 1 for 4. He's playing second base tonight. 3 for 8 in the series. That's it. Kicks and deals, and the first pitch, a strike on the inside corner. Crawford at second, Brown at first. And there's a base hit right field. They're going to wave Crawford home, and Reddick will throw it into second base, and it's 10-9. 3 straight 2-out hits. So Pena, a big hit, and now Connor Gillespie will hit.
And they got another broken bat, and you could hear the crack of the bat. Kurt Young out to visit with Ryan Madson, but like a change-up off the end that broke his bat. But enough into the outfield, bottom part of the batting order for the Giants tonight has done exceptionally well, especially with the guy coming up. And no chance for Josh Reddick with the 2 outs and Crawford on the move.
So here is indeed Gillespie, who is 4 for 4. 4 singles, 2 runs scored.
The way things are looking, it might be an expected 2-inning save for Ryan Madson if he continues, because these matchups probably were more so for Doolittle if he were available.
First pitch to Gillespie, blocked nicely by Fegley. The Giants lineup is their bench as well. It's just loaded with left-handed hitters. And they've used their whole bench except for Panic. Zabczynski's been used already. Shift is on. Simeon playing right behind second base. Right field, shallow down the line. Lowry's there. He's got it. Side retired. So the Giants get a run on a couple of hits. So 10-9 after 8.
Next on the player of the game, Jake Smolinski, and a pinch hit. 3-run home run for Jake Smolinski, his first career pinch hit home run. It was a big one, 3-run shot, and he's pumped up. And you think of 2 hitters, 2 right-handers that have hit pinch hit single and a pinch hit home run. So 5 ribbies, Smolinski and Butler. And Santiago Garcia is in the game now. Closer for Bruce Bochy.
First pitch to Chris Davis inside.
Guess who's not in the A's bullpen right now? Nobody. So that means Ryan Maxson is going to have 2 innings. Try to finish it.
Davis tonight, 2 for 3. He has homered, singled, or walked. He has scored 3 times. Trevor Brown stays in the game, and he is at third base. So Gillespie's out. The 2-0 pitch is popped up. Pena, the second baseman, backs up, and he grabs it. I think we bring up the Madsen thing only because we have not seen Sean Doolittle.
That's right. You see him, but he's not in the bullpen.
Chris Stratton is the only pitcher left, and he pitched last night. Canto, Strickland, Osich, Guerin, Lopez, Law, Casilla. That's all of them. And the only one that really pitched well was Osich. He had a perfect 7th inning, 3 ground ball outs.
In hindsight, lead him in.
Yep, ain't that the truth? But then Guerin came in, and that's when the A's started to grab momentum because he walked the first 2 hitters.
Anytime a hitter has to step out because the pitcher's taking so long on a 3-2 pitch that he just held. And normally you see that with a runner on base, but Guerin did it with nobody on and a 3-2 pitch.
1-2 now to Vogt.
Garcia basically fastball, curveball, and just got the curveball. Been around a long time with the A's and now the Giants.
Ahead of Vogt, 1-2. Vogt has driven in 2, scored 2, and he belts this one to center. Span going back, still going back, and it's over his head off the base of the wall. And Stephen Vogt with a double.
Another double. Have a good night, Vogt. A couple of walks, a couple of doubles, and a ground out. And there's a big boy fly ball there to straightaway center field on a hanging curveball. Went back to the curveball. And Stephen Vogt straightaway center field, and Span plays relatively shallow considering, and a good idea. But this time not able to get back to a ball. He did with Fegley. And Stephen Vogt with the ball over the head of Span and a 1-out double.
So that is hit number 10 for the A's, and here is Simeon. Not a bad idea to pick up an insurance run the way this game is going. This pitch is outside. As good as the Giants' record is, and it's the 3rd best in baseball, I think most people feel that they're going to need an arm or 2 in the bullpen if they're going to keep this up. Keep up the winning is what I'm saying.
I'll be honest with you, when we were in Detroit, this is a while back, saw a Giants scout, personnel anyway. So what are you doing here? He said, looking for arms.
Yep.
And he was talking about bullpen.
Sergio Romo, who's been a good reliever for them for a long time, on the disabled list. He will be back soon. But at that point, that's one guy. I think that's their concentration at the trade deadline.
And they have to have starters go deep. Tonight, an exception. But, you know, we expect tomorrow night and Thursday with Peavy and Bumgarner to be a different story.
Not close. 3-0. So 7 relievers used by Giants. For the A's, they have used 5. Axford, Subjinski, Dahl, Neal, and Madsen. And there's the walk. So 2 on, 1 out for Fegley.
There's Billy Burns, a switch hitter. Out in the on-deck circle. The play of the game, you said it was Span against Fegley, but I mean, the A's, Vin got the 3-run home run, but who knows what could have happened at that point. It might have still been hit.
First pitch missed again.
And we are reminded, and Josh Reddick returning tonight from his disabled list, and Josh Fegley talked about the importance of the rehab assignment. Get some at-bats at the minor league level before coming back and facing major league quality pitching.
Gold at second, Semien at first. And that one's a strike at the knees on the outside corner.
And to be honest, I do not know what's wrong with that man. He last pitched on Saturday, Doolittle. So I don't know of anything wrong other than it's not pitching. Nothing's been said about him, but if he were available, he would probably have been in the game by now, if not in now. A quick pitch. See it trying everything. Call the ball. I guess it's too quick of a pitch.
You still have to, if you want to do that, you still have to stop in your windup, and I don't think he did.
Yeah, that's a balk. You could hear it, and he did not stop. And you're right. I mean, it's one thing to quick pitch, but you do have to stop. I mean, it's tough to quick pitch out of the stretch anyway, because you do have to stop. So a big break for the A's to get the balk, advance to the 2 runners. Now do they're going to pitch, and that's why with Billy Burns out in the on-deck circle.
So the infield comes in.
And still 1-1. That was a fastball to Fegley. And it was called a strike, but you hear one of the umpires call a ball.
You know what? If you don't do it a lot, Johnny Cueto does it. It's just part of his deal.
Right.
Then you shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Like you, especially if you're pitching from the stretch. Yeah. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
You know, when Cueto went to the Royals last year, you started seeing a lot of the Royals pitchers doing the same type of thing, trying to hurry, quick pitching, and different things. But yeah, you've got to be consistent with it.
And now 3-1.
I don't know that they're really pitching to him. They'd rather take the chance with Billy Burns. The bases loaded, it seems, because that was a 2-1 breaking ball. If this is a curveball, then you know that it's a pitch around or pitch careful. Fegley's got to understand that himself.
And a
my. Wow.
So a full count on a pitch that looked like it was about 6 inches outside.
Wow, that wasn't even close. Look where, I mean, they're pitching around it. You know, sometimes the umpire's got to understand what a pitcher's doing. That's not even close. Angle or no angle.
So full count.
Now he may go back to 3-2 curveball since he got a break.
There's a shot fair down the third baseline. That's going to score 2. And the A's with 2 huge insurance runs. It's 12-9.
And that is not smart pitching, but the A's will take it. How he could give him a fastball, especially where he threw the ball. And what a great pitch. Now, Ryan Madson is going to stay in the game to hit. Billy Burns comes back, but he threw him a fastball. Watch this ball come right back in the wheelhouse. That is as big a mistake, and why you would throw him that pitch is beyond me, but I'm glad he did, because Fegley absolutely smoked it. No chance for the third baseman, Brown. And Fegley, robbed by Span, his first at bat, drives in 2 huge insurance runs here.
Casillas got to stay in the game. Yep. I mean, he's the last guy.
And Madson stays in the game himself. They were going to pinch hit for him, and that's why Fernando Rodriguez was loosening up. And now the A's have scored the 2 insurance runs. Ryan Madson, a rare at bat, and good patting on his right elbow as a right-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter. Get a flare.
First pitch is low.
He's not swinging bad if he gets a strike.
So a couple of doubles, around a walk, and 2 big insurance runs for the A's here in the 9th inning. Missed again, no. 1-1. I think the A's just grabbed the momentum right back in this inning. That's not a strike either. That's not even close to being a strike. Neither is that.
You know, I think this is a case of an umpire saying the pitcher's hitting. He's not up there to try to hit, so he's just going to call everything a strike.
That you know what, and you may be right, but that should not matter.
Not great. No,
I mean, it should be a 3-0 count.
It should not matter. I agree, but it's the way he's calling these pitches. It's like that is what he's saying.
So 2 outs.
And maybe Ryan wasn't even thinking about swinging the bat. I mean, it is rare out of baseball for 3 years. Last year with the Royals.
So here's Coco Crisp for his 6th at bat.
Big insurance's last at bat after the A's had scored a 3-run home run and a double for Coco, hustle double, and a base hit by Jed Lowry.
First pitch inside, corner, strike. A's have received 6 walks tonight, and I got 3 of them scoring. There's another hit. Could be another run. Here comes Fegley. The throw to the plate. Not there. Throw to second base. Not made. It's 13-9. Coco Crisp gets his 2nd hit. Goes to 2nd on the throw.
He was going to keep going because he figured the throw was going to be coming in all the way to the plate. He did not stop. It was cut off by Belt. Josh Fegley is going to be sent and run hard. Belt couldn't stop the ball, and it got to Posey. He couldn't throw it.
So 3 big insurance runs for the A's, as they have absolutely pounded the Giants bullpen. Swing and miss.
This is 3 outstandingly big crooked numbers, a 4, a 5, and a 3 so far. And 8 runs in the last 2 innings so far. 5 last inning, 3 so far this inning.
So 1-1 the count. And Lowry is 1 for 4. And Casilla now in a game where it obviously was not even a save situation. He was just coming in because he was the last pitcher. He has thrown 26 pitches. And he's their closer. The Giants have put themselves in a position where they do not have any off days leading up to All-Star break. And their bullpen is beat up and battered. And that's a bad spot to be in. Outside, he walked it. So another walk for Casilla. He's given up 3 hits, 2 walks. Chris Stratton, who pitched last night and threw the 57 pitches, is now warming up in the bullpen. So Reddick hits. He's 1 for 5. There's a strike call. Probably wasn't a strike. Wow. Reddick had a base hit in the very first inning. Pitches for Casilla in a 13-9 game. Popped up shallow right. Parker hustling in. Pena, and Parker goes into a slide, and Pena makes the catch. So the A's with 3 huge insurance runs, 13-9 going to the bottom of the 9th. So it's been a wild one. And those numbers tell you really the story. 5 in the 8th, 3 in the 9th for the A's, 13-9 going to the bottom of the 9th. So Madsen back out there for his second inning of work. Gave up a run on a couple of hits in the 8th inning.
And he hopes to get the same strike calls that are called against his team, especially himself, in the top of the inning.
Parker, his 3rd at bat. He has walked and singled. There's a strike.
"16 pitches in the 8th inning, and he was almost out of the game before the 2-run double by Josh Fegler.
Swing and a miss by Parker. That ball was by him at 93 miles an hour. Span to follow, and then Pagan here in the bottom of the 9th. Inside. So Madsen has thrown 20 pitches.
Well, one thing Bob Melvin will do is everything he can to try to get a win. And if it means that Madsen is not available tomorrow night, and he can get the win tonight, that would be a plus.
To the screen, and now the count even at 2-2. There's a win sitting in front of you. Kegley sets up outside. Pitch is high, so 3-2.
Well, that was what Parker did a long time ago. It seems like forever in the 6th inning when the Giants scored 4. Parker swung with a high fastball laid off of one from Maxford and ended up walking. Fastball just down the middle of the plate, making him work his way to get on.
And that one's hit to left. That's hit pretty well. Davis going back, and it is gone.
Yep.
Long home run, 13-10. So the other way for Parker.
He's got the power, and he just showed it, but hey, better to do that. That's 1 run, and we saw what happened when Axford walked him to put 2 runners on. But a fastball down the middle, and Parker let it go.
So that's the first home run in this series by San Francisco. And now to the top of the order in Span. Span took he was taken all the way, and it's a strike from Madsen. Bernard Span is 1 for 4. He has doubled in a run, he has scored a run, and he has walked. So we started at 7:15, closing in on 11 o'clock.
There's 3 walks have scored for the Giants. They got 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Aces. 7 walks have scored of the 23 runs, almost a third of the runs via the walk.
That one hit down the right field line. Fair or foul? Gone. 13-11. Well, it's just gotten interesting. You do not see a lot of balls go there. It's really not very far right down the line.
Change up down and in. Kurt Young's going to pay a visit, and Bob Melvin's going to stick with him. It just would not hook. Stayed there. And
so 18 hits now for the Giants, still trailing 13-11. So now it's Pagan, Belt, Posey, and Crawford. Those are the next 4 hitters. Rodriguez was warming up the last inning. So if he were to go back down there, it would not take him long to get ready. There's Pagan. Pagan is 2 for 5, 2 singles. He has driven in 2, scored 1.
Ryan Madson got the first 2 hitters out. And then a walk, scored, base hit, and a broken back. And then 2 home runs in this inning.
Pagan bluffs a bunt. I don't think he was doing anything except maybe trying to distract Madsen a little bit.
So the Giants at home feel that they can come back. What if they had something like 7 or 8 walk-offs? The last one is on Sunday. Now it's Fernando's getting loose. They're starting to. Will not take him long, you would figure.
Will pitch that one on the corner for a strike. So I would guess Pagan certainly taken 1, and he just took the strike. Inside, and now it's 3-1. That one at 88 miles an hour.
That's a cut fastball. That wasn't a good one. Just have to wonder if this is all on fumes for Ryan Madsen.
Pitch number 31 coming up.
He hasn't pitched 2 innings in 7 years, and that says a lot about trying to go out as he's making his 31st pitch.
And it's not close. Pagan walks. So now the tying run is going to come to the plate. And Madsen really struggling. He's given up 4 hits and 2 walks in 1+ innings.
Well, he's ready. Fernando's ready, and there's the decision. And I think Kirkman said it's just, you're asking a lot. And Ryan Madsen, you got some power coming up.
So here's Belt. Belt is 1 for 5. And he takes a strike right there. Good pitch that time. Some movement away from Belt.
93, so the velocity's still there.
Left center, playable for Davis, and he makes the catch. So big out. And here's Posey.
You think back to last inning when he retired the first 2 batters. Had he had success last inning, he wouldn't be facing this part of the batting order this time, because he got Belt and Posey out, walked Crawford, and that started the 1 run last inning. And now back to this part of the batting order.
Posey trying to tie it, swung over top.
Dave Rigetti going down to the bullpen to loosen him for the Giants.
Rags and Mark Gardner, he's going to get loose.
Good sinker down and in. And this isn't the All-Star game where you've run out of pitchers. It's a regular season game that both managers trying to do what they can to win.
Yeah. Let's just have Madsen wrap it up here. Maybe a ground ball right at him.
Yeah, that'd be a nice way to do it.
Posey really hit into some double plays. A little bit of a hanger there. And now the count 1-2 with Crawford in the on-deck circle.
Change up, it was up, but it was inside, and it's inside out swing by Posey. He struck out on the fastball inside. Second batter that Madsen faced last inning. Must have been looking change up, got the fastball, and had a half swing out.
That's the changeup, 83 miles an hour. That was a good one. It came in, it looked just like a fastball, and it just kind of died a little bit. It's way out in front.
Follow through, got somebody with a bat.
Madsen ahead in the count. And he got him swinging.
Played with the changeup.
And it was in the dirt. And Posey swings and misses. He strikes out for the second time. So another big out. One more to get.
Both times against Madsen. Fastball first time, changeup this time. And Josh Fengley, good job keeping the runner at first with a nice stop. Didn't have to. Went up to tag Posey. Didn't have to. First base is occupied. Don't have to do that.
So here is Crawford. Crawford has knocked in 5 runs tonight. He's got a single, a double, and a triple.
He's got 5 ribbies, and the 2 pinch hitters for the A's have 5.
First pitch to Crawford is outside. Pagan will take second base.
Well, the outfield playing no doubles, so they were willing to let Pagan go to second. But it's just a 2-run game. Guarding the line at first is Vogt. Nobody else straight up but deep.
And the changeup, and Crawford swung over top. 40 pitches for Madsen.
Well, an excellent changeup, and just like with Posey, a pitch down out of the strike zone, but hitter's got to sit fastball. And that's why Madsen can almost throw the changeup every pitch and have success as long as he keeps it down. As long as the hitter's not looking for it. Most hitters don't look changeups, mostly fastballs.
Blocked nicely by Fengley. Another changeup.
Well, this one down, and on the 1-1 he didn't offer at it. Similar pitch that he swung at. Seems like when a hitter gets ahead in the count, it looks fastball, and that's when the changeup is such a good pitch.
Trevor Brown is the on-deck hitter. Crawford, check swing. And the home plate umpire said you want around.
You know, the way his strike zone's been tonight, he might have called it a strike just on the pitch. It was a swing.
So the A's 1 strike away from a wild victory. See if they can finish it off. And he got him swinging with a changeup. And when it's all said and done, the A's, one of the craziest wins of the year, and it happens against the Giants.
Well, it went back to changeup, and he got him swinging on a changeup. He's going for the downs, and a great pitch by Ryan Madsen to finish it off.
So it took 3 hours and 53 minutes in front of 41,730. The A's come back twice. And a crazy night here in San Francisco. And when it's all said and done, the A's beat the Giants 13-11. You've been watching A's baseball on CSN California. It's part of the NBC Sports Group. Don't go away. This postgame live with Brody and Biff starts right now.